Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 318. We're a wee bit late, a few pre-checks to do before the show. We'll get back to you after the intro. Me and Rob here. What is that spinning around? The CPUs are maxed out at 100% now. Crazy, huh? JD won't be joining us today.
No.
Why won't it move? It's alright though. He'll watch it offline. Hello, Shelley, Charles, and Susan, I think, is out there too. It was pretty busy yesterday. Well, we'll see how this one goes today. How's it sounding out there? This audio sounds good this side. Let us know if it starts crackling on our voices and music. As you know, Google trashed itself, and apparently it took out a few people as well, the update. Plex had to rebuild his system. I said, oh, it was almost the same, but I disabled driver updates because I knew that was going to cause problems. Hello, good to be back. Hey, no swearing in the side, no trolling like yesterday, or self-promotion that happened yesterday with Goof on Radio. Some of those guys are going to have to be kicked eventually for breaking the rules. We can only allow it so many times. And yeah, just be civil to each other. No drama, no self-promotion, no promoting frauds. And let's get on with the real UFO stuff today, hopefully. Because I try to find it in my video analysis, and it's always a disappointment, as you know. But you don't actually watch most of what we do. Robert, have we got your camera lined up there? Yes,
not on Saturdays, I don't. I've always got company on Saturdays, Paul. So it's not a good time for me.
Well, you can see all the BS that happened yesterday, that the subs are still going up. Good publicity, bad publicity. It's just keeps on going. Renee, you get censored with all those emojis there. Let me see.
He's all right.
He loves his emojis.
He loves them.
Welcome to the OG channel live. Oh, capital H. Stream. I'm just trying to get adjusted to the new daylight savings times. It's terrible, I tell you. JD was up at 1 in the morning. He says, I'm not even tired yet. That's the problem with daylight savings. And then you can't get up in the morning, of course. Robert Sunday. Oh, no, that'll do. Rob Sunday. That won't do. My eyes not too great going, unfortunately. Sunday UFO cases. People reckon I've got bad balance, but it's because the keyboard is annoying on this MSI. And I'm half blind. And said they said I could lose my sight overnight. So
no, it's not a very nice thing to hear, is it?
Yeah, so you know, your immune system attacking your own nervous system. It's not a good thing. But yeah,
don't tell me that. do something about it.
We do what we do now because we don't know what the future holds. So,
Sure. None of us do. Tomorrow belongs to no man.
So, what are we doing today? Orbs, I thought. Orb lights.
Yeah. What the hell are they? Is it supernatural? Is it UFO? Is it ball lightning?
I've actually done a few lives
light?
on this. I actually have done a few lives on it. No, I've done a few lives on this and looked at the scientific side of things.
Yeah.
Possibly explain why it happens in certain regions. But anyway, we'll see what you got, and don't get mad at me if I put some...
No. All cards on the table.
Debunks your way, or whatever you want to call it, but I like to deal with science, because... like I said, when I do...
We all do. It's the only way forward, isn't it? You have to have science.
If I do debunk it, normally I have... Well, there might be multiple events also that happen where there was actually a real UFO there. So you got to always keep that in mind, right? Because the UFOs, they might be interested in what the ball lights are as well. You know, they're probably here studying this, right? So figuring out stuff.
Yeah. Well, anyway, latest UFO news. Okay, Robert Powell and Mick West are going head to head. Now, are you familiar with Robert Powell, Paul?
So there's attacks happening all over ufology at the moment. Robert Powell, he rings a bell.
Scientific Coalition for UFOs, or for ufology.
Right.
They wrote a scientific paper, on the Nimitz encounters, which Mick West said was full of holes, but didn't actually address what those holes were.
For someone that hasn't got a PhD.
So they've been going at each other now for a long time, and eventually they've been brought together. It's going to be on John Greenwald's show, The Black Vault, and he's going to be reffing the big fight. Yeah. So I was talking to I mentioned it on the side chat in Roger's show the other day, and he said, "Oh, I don't think it's that important." Well, I think it is, because Mick West has got a big following. A lot of people believe what he's saying, and at the end of the day, he's just an amateur sleuth. He's never worked with these systems. It's like telling Lewis Hamilton how to drive the Formula One car, because he's downloaded the manual for the McLaren.
And Mick hasn't got any
amateur. No, he hasn't. No.
He hasn't got any quals to back up his.
Well, we all know how he made his money. He made his money through computer games.
Yeah, doesn't mean that he doesn't know science, though.
He's a coder.
But he's got to at least prove himself with a piece of paper, like most of us have to. It's all right saying you're this and that, and turn out you got no qualifications. It's just meaningless.
Well, he's been backing out of this fight for a long time now, but eventually, under pressure, he's agreed.
It's like Dave Scott outing all these people that haven't been investigative journalists and done the hard work. And
he's right to do so.
Who is that? It's Lions Ground. He ain't got any quals. Come on. He calls himself investigative journo, but he's just a creep on the web. And then you got Ryan Sprague, that's been caught out lying about his own UFO story. And all he wanted to do was get fame and money on TV. And who else we got that claims to be investigative journalist? Rojas? I think he's
he is one. He is a journalist, 100% qualified.
Is he qualified? Do you know that?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Because I heard he was a real estate agent.
Yeah, amongst other things.
And who else does journo stuff out there?
Well, there's a lot of them. Tim McMillan, he's not qualified, but he openly says it. He openly says so. And you got George Knapp, who of course is a journalist. But he's made mistakes that, some people wouldn't have made. So it's not the be all and end all, that piece of paper,
Well, I think Knapp is really... I don't see how he got away with doing research on Skinwalker Ranch, where he was meant to be doing it for a journo for the TV company that was paying him. Really, that's double standards there, where he's collecting information, trying to make off it on the side instead of reporting it to the news company. I'm not sure if they had to sign a contract to allow that or not, but to me, something underhanded when someone does that. You know, it's like someone paying you to cook fish and chips, but on the side you're actually building an outhouse out the back for someone. You know, you're doing multiple things while you're meant to be working on the job. So when he goes to interviews people for the TV show, he's actually collecting information for his own book or whatever, you know. That's the problem I have with a lot of these people. But yeah, I think a lot of the people have been... I think he got hoodwinked with Lazar, and it sort of went downhill after there.
Of course he did, and even Bill has disagrees with him now on Lazar.
Really?
And they've been pally for years.
Oh well.
But so it's like with their pal, it's like James McDonald as well. He was getting grants to conduct scientific study. He was using some of the money to investigate UFOs, but he was still doing his job. So you know, the university that was giving him these handouts, they let it go, but they failed to give him money for a UFO study in the end, when it looked quite optimistic that they were going to give him the money. But it was Philip Klass who put the spoke in there. And that was a big blow to McDonald. As we know, he committed suicide. It was in 1961, wasn't it? Tragic death.
Yes. And the way that Lions Ground was behaving in emails, there's no wonder people are suicidal.
I don't know about this stuff. Like, it's immaterial to me. I'm not learning anything from people like that, Paul. So I just ignore them.
Yep, that's the best thing to do. Ignore them. But they're out there, obviously, talking behind your back and slandering you.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know. You know, you talk about them, they're going to talk about you.
Yeah, but when I talk about people, I have facts to back up my claims. I don't just talk a load of crap.
Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Like, but
come on, Goofon. Come on, you know Goofon's a moron. How many times has he been wrong on his show, and he just can't see it himself? I've pointed it out.
Yeah, whatever. But still, it doesn't interest me because he's not someone I follow.
Well, yes, he's corrupting ufology, and he's got a following growing. Just like he goes on about UFO Jesus being corruption and bad for ufology, Goof on Radio is bad for ufology, and so is Blake Cousins. And people have known that for at least 10 plus years, and they still can't get rid of him. But when Google, people are saying Google's going to change majorly next year, and all the creators will be biffed off for...
Well, I don't know. But this has always been in ufology anyway. You've only got to go back to the contactee movement, haven't you, in the 1950s.
Well, it's still going on.
Some cases there, you know, with the likes of Adamski and Billy Meyer.
It's like that guy that defends Billy Meyer, right? He attacks everybody online. I think he's even got a hit list. He's got Rojas on it. He's on his website. He's got this long list of all these people on there that have said Billy Meyer is a liar and all this. he's calling them all government shills. Have you not seen the list? Michael Horn has a list. Yeah, it's funny anyway if you haven't seen it and read it.
Yeah. Okay. Just gonna, while you talk there, I'm just gonna pop and get myself another drink, Paul.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say, well, let's get on with
it. Well, I didn't think that was ever going to happen. Okay, I'll be there now.
Well, I'm sick of talking about these knobs that we have to keep fighting for the truth, you know. And, yeah, yesterday was quite disgusting, really. For people that are meant to be working for truth, it certainly didn't come across that way. It looked like they were all... had their agendas and they're all mates and chummy now. Now, why would a so-called exposer, big exposer on YouTube, be saying he's mates now with Goofon after all the little pranks and things and Nazi stuff he said about him. And also he was saying nice things to Blake Cousins. You know, it's all kind of creepy and you know, he goes out to pedos and stuff like that, but to me he's creepy like one. Creepy people online, and they're all out to make money, and they don't come clean on the real truth of their own dark secrets. He didn't like people knowing that Tyler paid him over 10 months multiple payments. That's what it was all about. He didn't like the truth getting out there because he didn't expose it himself. I told him to come clean on it when he told me. Now he's claiming I outed stuff to third party without redacting stuff. Nope. They got it on a USB stick in the letterbox, as far as I'm concerned, mate. Prove it otherwise. What they got was access to all my research on Tyler and leaking information and public information.
Okay, I'm back. So, do you want to get on with something?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what's the first one?
Yeah, wait there. I just want to have a look at this first, okay? It's a list of investigations of UFOs by governments, different countries now. Just take a quick look at it, okay? I'll leave a link for you now.
Shelley, you can't get on with frauds. This is the whole point of ufology. Do you not understand? Gufon is a fraud. He's working with frauds. That makes him a fraud. He's promoting them, teaming up with them. How can you get off? You know, I just don't understand why these people don't get it. So what's this being posted here?
It's a link for you, Paul.
No, I didn't see it come up. Oh, right, there it is. Ken popped up at the same time. Hello, Ken. Good to see you around again. Ken. You reckon you're in lockdown? New Zealand just come back at level 2, but now back to level 1 again. I don't think it's ever going to end really until they got a vaccine, right? So what's first up here?
There we go. This is interesting, this.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. We won't spend long on it. So there's, just scroll down slowly, one at a time. There we go. There's Operaco Prato, the Brazilian one. So I presume that means Operation Prato. Well, we know Brazil have always been quite open about theirs over the years, haven't we? And Project Magnet, yes. That one's quite well known. And then you've got the French one there, Gepan, Sepra, and now Gepan with different spelling. All the same program, the name just changed over the years, that's all.
Is that the one that was on that TV show? And I did, what was it called now? TTSA show. Is it unidentified?
Yeah, unidentified. Yeah. No, that was actually that some Italian ex-government people, wasn't it?
I don't see no,
so don't mention the Italian one. Whoa, Paul, can you one at a time, please? There we go. Paul. Okay. And then we got the Soviet one. Now that was interesting because I've never heard of this. Institute 22. This was the old Soviet Union. Do you want to open that one up?
Open it up. Okay.
Just click on it. Just click on it.
I was going to open it up on a new tab. Hang on.
That's it.
So we don't lose our spots. Yep.
Yeah, do you want to read out a bit of that?
Let's see. Can we read it out with the book? Let's see if that works. Okay. Read aloud.
Institute 22. The Institute 22 organization was created in 1978 by the Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Defense in the Soviet Union. Its mission was to investigate UFOs in the Soviet Union. 1. Institute 22 was a secret organization for 13 years, until the fall of the Soviet Union, and can be compared to the American Project Blue Book. During its existence, a great number of soldiers, sailors and pilots of the Soviet Army were given orders to watch for UFOs and other unexplained events, without any further information. The orders could be handed out quite easily, since the Ministry of Defense was involved, thus no questions could be asked. Institute 22 have investigated around 3,000 UFO reports. About 5 to 10% of all cases remained unexplained when the organization dissolved. There is a conspiracy theory that Institute 22 was involved in a cover-up of a near-nuclear launch. In 1982, one of the Soviet nuclear bases was brought online, and for no apparent reason a nuclear missile was ready to launch. After 30 seconds of panic and chaos, the launch was aborted.
Yeah, so it's called immersive reader. That one. That's still part of. That's still part of Microsoft. It just has a book that brings up all the text. So if a website formats a page a certain way, it will bring up this little icon for Microsoft to read it properly for sight impaired people. Makes big font and all that sort of stuff. Yep, sorry, Rob. I was just answering Charles.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it was then this is the 1982 case. It was actually by Lokovich in the Ukraine. Now, we covered this case. It was a shocking case where there was a UFO hovering over the missile silo, and it set off the launch sequence, which was supposedly impossible because the only way you could get the codes was directly from Moscow. So it was a very mysterious case, and they tore that system apart. They interrogated all the people that were involved, accused them of drinking and all sorts. They also talked to the people that were in the village outside of the base. They all seen it too. This was witnessed by, there was a couple of thousand people on that base, you know, and they all seen it, apart from the people who were down there in the missile silo under 60 feet of concrete, of course. They couldn't see anything. But they had what you have when it goes into a launch sequence. You have what they call an inhibit button, which stops the launch. Well, they pressed that, and it didn't work. It kept counting down. So we were like 30 seconds away from a nuclear war, thanks to a UFO. When the UFO shot off, the launch sequence stopped. Much to everyone's relief. They reckon it put years on the couple of guys that were down there. But yeah, it was a heck of an incident. But go and have a look back at that case. We did cover it maybe, 2 years ago, something like that. Yeah, go on, read that a bit more. Institute 22.
Time flies. You want us to read more?
Yeah.
Aborted as mysteriously as it had appeared. Later, witnesses said that there had been some UFO activity near the area of the base, thus the reason for Institute 22's involvement and cover-up. The UFOs were explained as flares, which the Army was testing from a higher altitude. The nuclear crisis was explained as a simple test.
So you want us to go back?
Talk about a cover-up. There was actually a military exercise going on, and it was 200 miles away from the base. So do you know what I mean? That you couldn't see a flare 200 miles away. Come on, that's ridiculous. But of course, they couldn't say it was UFOs, could they?
Not too sure what the distance. I know you can see a plane lights from 100 miles.
Nah, Paul. The thing is right over their heads.
Yeah, the flares. I think you'd be able to see 100 miles, but further than that, I don't think so. No, unless it's a big cluster.
No, it was a big orange oval-shaped ball, and it was right over the base. Everybody's seen it. It's a famous incident. I think Robert Hastings was the first to put it out in the public domain.
Yeah, flares don't move off at 100,000 miles an hour.
No.
Anyway,
and they can't trigger the launch code either.
That was the end of that
or
one.
The launch sequence. Yeah. So United Kingdom Flying Saucer Working Party, that was under Churchill. Project Condign, they released around about half of their stuff, didn't they? Famously, a few years ago, early 2000s.
Yep.
But they've missed out on one there, and that was the one that Nick Pope was on, which was Air Staff 2A, AS2A, Air Staff 2A.
Right.
And they didn't include that one there for some reason, but there we go. And then you got, have a look at these in the States now, most of them. Okay, this is ATIP, the first one. And then Air Force reports on the UFO Roswell incident. Oh, yeah, we've seen them. They were 1994 and 1997. The Brookings report, that's an interesting one. I'm not really sure what. Oh, hold on. No, I know. That was a NASA report if they find ET life. How we would deal with it, you know? The Condon Committee, we know about that.
Yeah.
That was 1967 to 1969, which technically shut down Blue Book. So you can scroll down so I can see the rest there, Paul. Whoa. Yeah, cheers. The estimate of the situation, that was General Nathan Twining. Okay, because you remember the Twining memo? Remember the Twining memo?
A Twining
the one that says UFOs are real and not fictitious or visionary. You must remember that statement. Okay, and then we have Blue Book, Project Dredge, of course.
Now look, Sabaka. What was he? He was a memo
no,
too.
No. That was never a program. That was just a letter, Paul. Project Serpo. Now that was a load of BS. That is the stuff that Richard Doty fed Linda Moulton Howe. So I don't know why that's included. Project Serpo is kind of a mythical kind of project. Whether it actually existed or not, I have serious doubts about that. Project Sign, of course, 1947 to 1949. And Project Silverberg, I don't know what that's about, because that was, well, I do know what it's about. That was about the Avro car. Remember that absolute piece of junk that he had to tether down? It was so unstable.
Well, there was the Avro saucer as well. I'm not too sure if they flew it or not.
Same thing. Yeah, it was the same thing.
No, it was totally different. But anyway.
Was it?
Yeah, I did a episode on it. Whether it flew, I don't know, but there were some pictures of it flying with a jet.
About 4 foot off the ground.
Not the Avro saucer didn't.
Okay.
They claimed they scrapped it, but maybe they didn't. But anyway, yep.
I don't know. It was using hovercraft technology, wasn't it? It wasn't up to much.
Hey, Plex, how's it going?
Yeah, hi, Plex. And then you got the Robertson panel. That was the CIA panel in 1953. And that was only like lasted 4 days. They looked at a few of the best cases on the Utah video and the Montana video and explained them all away, which was their intention before the start. So, yeah, that was the CIA program. So you'll have to go down a bit, Paul.
Yep, Plex are all good as far as I know. Maybe a bit tired with all the BS that's been going on.
Yeah, and then bang up to date with the UAP task force. I think that's it. Nothing else, is there? Is there any more?
Who knows?
Well, Paul, if you scroll down, we'll find if there's any more.
Will we? Oh, right, the answer's always in the wiki page. I forgot.
No, that's it. That's it. We're done. We're done.
Come on. Okay, where we go to next?
Okay, first UFO case of the night then. Give me a chance. Okay, there we go.
I'll just copy it from the other screen. Might be a bit easier for me. Let's see how it goes. We're getting this routine down, aren't we? As long as Windows 10 doesn't do an update. Plex, tell them how good your update went yesterday on the side chat. What do we got here? The UFO home invasion incident and bizarre plasma UFO orbs. Is this Marley Woods, is it?
No.
No, we haven't got to that one yet. Florida. So I guess we should read it from the top, really, shouldn't we? Has it got any pictures? See, I could use the book reader. Looks like this site reckons it's got the book reader capability.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll just try it the normal way, I think.
It is an enhancement, the way you've been doing it. It's better than it was before. Sounds better.
Well, it sounds better, yeah, and it follows along. But unfortunately, Brave or Chrome don't have any option like that, and Google expects you to, if you buy the API, pay after 1 million words or something. So everybody's after money, right?
The UFO home invasion incident and bizarre plasma UFO orbs. First published, November 8, 2019. Last updated, September 7, 2020. Written by Marcus Loth. Estimated reading time, 7 minutes. Posted in UFOs, Close Encounters. In March 2012, a bizarre UFO encounter would unfold in the home of a married couple in Miami, Florida. An incident that would involve a seemingly miniaturized UFO that could change shape and pass through the walls of their home unaffected, no less. In fact, so bizarre and unnerving was the encounter for the couple involved, it would spark an intense interest in each of them regarding the UFO and alien question, something that neither had before.
Okay. I wish I'd keep the bar there, though. But we got the table of contents coming up, haven't we? Let's see.
Yeah, don't cover that.
That bit there, wasn't it? So we want to go underneath that.
Paul, you've done that.
No, I haven't. I'll sip the table of contents.
Yeah, don't.
See?
That's it. Furthermore, you want to go some. Furthermore.
Eh? Oh, you reckon you don't read out that bit again?
Oh, well, read out again if you want.
Oh, we can skip it with the thing. Let's
no, I think, yeah.
No, let me just do. Let me just do it.
The home invasion case, Florida, 2012. Perhaps one of the most truly bizarre of these orb and plasma UFO encounters occurred on the morning of March 31, 2012 in Miami, Florida. The incident was investigated by MUFON, case file 40667, and has been featured on several UFO television shows. However, as we shall examine shortly, many similar incidents are on record around the United States. On this particular morning, at a little after 7 a.m., Mary Alvarez was at home when she suddenly noticed their dog barking downstairs. The behavior was a little out of the ordinary, so Alvarez went downstairs to see what the matter was. When she made her way into the living room, though, she was confronted with a bizarre, metallic orb-like object around the size of a basketball hovering in the air. A little unnerved but equally intrigued, Alvarez watched the bizarre craft. She noticed that there were seemingly flashing multicolored lights on the underside. For all intents and purposes, as outlandish as it might sound, the object was a miniature flying saucer. A depiction of strange orbs of Florida. As she watched the hovering silver orb, her husband came into the room and noticed the bizarre scene for himself. Then, as the couple watched in awe and disbelief, the craft begins to alter its form right in front of their eyes. It went from a typical UFO disc to a long cylinder shape. A moment later, the craft sped toward the wall of their living room. However, instead of crashing into it, causing damage to itself and the wall, it simply disappeared through it, much like we would typically imagine a ghostly apparition might. This last point is perhaps an important one, once again highlighting an apparent connection between UFO incidents and paranormal activity. The incidents for the Alvarez family, however, were not quite over yet. Consumed and obsessed with understanding UFOs, Mary Alvarez and her husband would find themselves researching all they could on the UFO subject following their bizarre encounter. What's more, they would discover that several other UFO sightings were reported in the Miami region on the morning in question. The pair would become consumed and obsessed with understanding both their own encounter and the UFO phenomena in general. This obsession was solidified on the morning of July 8, 2012, when the couple would witness a second close UFO encounter over their home.
So I've always said, Robert, that aliens can be any size. So they could be as small as bugs and be flying around, and what we think is bugs flying around. It could be like micro, nano aliens with that can actually think and have, how big do you need a brain to be able to be self-aware is really the question. I think our brains are meant to be wasted space mostly, isn't it? It's underused for some reason. Maybe because of neuro connections.
We only use one third of our brain, and the rest we don't really know what it's for, what it's supposed to do, but it's doing something. An interesting thing about these orbs, and there's one thing that I always look for in these cases: was it interacting? Was it interacting with the person? Was it showing intelligent control? Because then, if it's doing that, then if it's showing an intelligence, then it can't be a natural occurring phenomenon. And in many of these cases, they do indeed seem to be under intelligent control, and they're interacting with the people or the aircraft or what have you around them. That's
the thing I've noticed with aliens, though, is like a hive mentality. There seems to be like a mantis or a leader, and the others are like drones around it, like ants do as they told. And so it makes you wonder why they might not think like humans. They might think like insects, and maybe that's why they're cold and the duck people, right? So that's also another thing to keep in mind. Hey, Area 51, how's it going?
Yeah, hi there.
So we got to keep questioning this stuff. Interdimensional aliens could be any size. They could be pure energy, even. But like Star Trek, where they had that blob come through the wall of the Star Trek. What do you call it? Enterprise.
Well, I mean, this happened to a good friend of mine. She was a social worker, and I tell you what, she knew I was into UFOs, but we had like an ongoing friendship. It took her and she knew damn well she liked to talk about UFOs, but to tell me her experience, it took her a good year, and she eventually just blurted out one day in the car. And she said basically this blue orb just appeared in a home, in a living room on a weekday afternoon, and it came right to her face. It was about the size of a basketball, she said, and it was like a blue, like semi-translucent. And she screamed, which is what most people would do, and it reacted to that. It backed off away from her, and it disappeared through the wall.
That's very similar to one of my paranormal experiences. Remember, I was being chased by these things that looked like ghosts and sheep, but had no arms or legs. I call them the 10-pin bowling ball pins, fat, wide ones.
Was that in a dreamlike state, though? Was that in a dreamlike state?
It was in a dreamlike state when I woke up and then saw one above me in bed, and it was starting to attack me. And I jumped out of bed, and it kept moving with me. And I grabbed my bed cover and started throwing at it, and it backed off. Just like what you're saying with your friend there.
I presume if you got up and threw the bed cover at it, you were awake at this stage.
Oh yeah, I was in fight mode. I wasn't in flight mode. So I was trying to head towards the door. I was trying to get it to back off so I could get to the door, and I was screaming my head at it. I was like a madman. I was like a drunk bikie gang member. My heart was
not
racing
surprised,
probably
yeah.
300 beats per second because I didn't know what this
Yeah,
thing
which
was.
isn't good, which is dangerous.
Oh yeah,
To the
I'm pretty sure that's the idea of it. They want to give you a scare and give you a heart attack. And
Oh, I
then
don't think that's the idea, Paul. I think it's more of an investigation.
I think it's more of
But
that was more paranormal though, but still,
yeah,
it was
yeah.
all to do with that
Is
Hella
it?
thing. For some reason, I think I was out of body and I was watching some sort of ritual, and they spotted me and come after me, and I fled back into my body. I sprung into my body, and sort of like this. It's
Astral
like
projection.
it was like a tunnel of light, and it was closing in on me as I was getting closer and closer to my house again, because I was in America, and I jumped up, like you're being electrocuted, and saw this one of these creatures had managed to come through with me, and it was just over my bed, and it dissolved into a big cloud and vanished. Now, you can believe that story if you want or not. I don't care. I'm just telling you what happened. And the dogs come running down the hallway because I screamed my head off this thing, not knowing what it was going to do. I really thought it was going to kill me. And so I was fighting
Well, I've
for
got
my...
no reason not to believe you, Paul. So anyway, let's
And
roll on. Let's see what
those things you think that could have been in my eye, because I know I got bad eyes. Normally you think, you blink or rub your eyes, but when this thing was sort of hovering over me, but a lot of people reckon that's really aliens projection that haven't actually created a form. When you see apparitions, you're actually seeing aliens. But again, I talk about this parallel universe thing where there's points on the Earth where you get breakthroughs, and I think my bedroom might be in one of these places, and these things can enter at will sometimes. At the moment, it's been really calm, apart from 2 nights ago, I was in the lounge, and I could swear that there was talking going on down the hallway. It sounded like a loud TV, just like Mum had talked about in previous months as well, thinking it was in my bedroom. And after a couple of minutes, the sound went away, and I thought, has someone in the house got up and put a TV on? That's normally what you think, right? But yeah, it's quite scary. But I've sort of gotten used to it now. It's like I sort of accepted that strange stuff happens, and I just live with it. And maybe there's good and bad paranormal, and I kind of really feel that I have some sort of higher power that's sort of looking over me and sort of directing me. I don't know. I just can't explain it. But I know there's something.
anyway.
I know there's something around me. It's making sure that the evilness out there get their just desserts. That could be karma as a bitch. So just be aware. If you start having if you attack me and nasty to me, if you start having lots of bad luck, things happening around you, that's probably part of the bad energy that you've now conjured up on yourself. Because something is definitely... I've seen it happen. It happened with John Tucson, where he lost his voice, right? He did attack 24 hours before, and something strange happened
where
to
are
him.
we going now, Paul, for God's sakes?
I'm just talking about people that have attacked me in the life that always have some serious thing that comes towards them.
God, come on, now come on.
It's true. It's true. And I'm just trying to explain to you. It might not happen tomorrow. It might happen a couple of years from now, but there'll be something serious that happens to you unless you make amends. That's what I'm just trying to say. So yeah, I normally forgive people. I give them a second chance, but often they don't get a third chance. Yeah, so I'm just saying that there's some strange stuff that happens around me, and either you believe it or don't. And I can sense good energy and bad energy. I just can't explain it, but I just know if it's a bad presence or a good presence.
Paul, you're waffling now. Come on, man. Let's find out what happened to this family.
Okay. I thought you liked real stories, though.
Yeah.
Well, current stories anyway, but
I don't believe in karma. If it was karma,
you have
Paul,
stuff
if it was
that happens
karma,
to you, though.
why did Jimmy Savile live a good old long life? Look at Joseph Mengele. Yeah, where was the karma there, Paul?
I think it depends which people. But it depends which people have this energy. And I think it's because I had I think it's because I had an outer body early in life that I had some form of connection. It's like I can sense stuff around me, but I can't actually see it. And now I've started to have stuff appear to me. So I don't know. Unless I've got someone that can see it with me at the same time, there's no way I can prove it either way. And you never think about technology when you're being attacked by a paranormal entity. But one thing I don't want to see is like a devil with horns, like some people claim to see, because that one would really get your heart racing. Anyway, we'll carry on here. So we're talking about small aliens and dimensions.
Hello, Suzanne, by the way. Susan, even. Not Suzanne.
Yeah. Remember the sound in your voice after it happened.
Savile should have been in jail for life, Charles, but he died in his bed, didn't he?
Did he? I didn't even know he died.
Yeah. So much for karma.
But he did a good song, Good to Be Back. It's the only song he did any good of. Hello, good to be back. Okay, carry on.
Home. Mary would hear a strange commotion coming from outside her bedroom window on the morning in question. However, when she peered out to see what the matter was, she was shocked. In front of her was a huge triangular craft hovering almost directly over their house.
Hey, triangle.
As she continued to watch the bizarre scene, a piercing whistling type noise suddenly rang out. Then, the strange craft simply vanished, as if into thin air. Does this picture show one of the orbs over Florida? The incident remains unexplained. However, it raises several questions regarding these apparently futuristic crafts. Not least how they seemingly vanish into thin air and pass through solids, such as walls. While we suggested a potential paranormal connection to these mysterious elements of the sighting above, we should also perhaps consider an advanced technology, perhaps similar to the supersolids, solids that can pass through each other without compromise, that our own scientists are only beginning to work with the 21st century. What's more, there are many more similar cases of these seemingly miniature UFOs on record. A silver metallic football in the Texas woodland, 1968. One such case occurred over 40 years prior to the home invasion incident of 2012 on the September 30th, 1968 in Farmers Branch in Texas. The incident, however, like many others, would remain unreported. In this case, until 2015. The incident would unfold during the day in a wooded area near a creek. The witness was walking through the woodland, carrying their pellet gun looking to shoot at birds. However, as he was doing so, he noticed a strange reflective, silvery metallic football-sized object. It was resting on the ground approximately 100 feet away. Partly due to his young age, and partly due to his simply not considering that this strange object could be a UFO, the witness would raise his gun. He then fired at the strange craft. His aim proved accurate as a millisecond later the sound of the pellet connecting with the metallic object rang out. Almost immediately the craft took off, rising into the air at a 45-degree angle. Then, it just instantly vanished at the speed of light.
Yeah, just stop it there.
There are other similar orb accounts through history.
There was another incident at an army base when an orb type thing actually came into the base, inside into the base, and the guy shot at it with a rifle, not a pellet gun, and he hit it. He heard the ringing sound, as this guy, this case, just mentioned there. And it changed color as soon as he hit it and started moving, from, almost like in response to it being hit. Changed color and started oscillating quickly from side to side before shooting off again. So this isn't, the only case like that. Strange.
Yeah.
But that shows an intelligent reaction, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If it
This
was a
almost
natural
looks
phenomenon,
like a force film or a membrane that goes around someone.
That's like a plasma ball, isn't it?
It's like someone's inside, and it's like a shield around them, and they're moving because the energy repels the positive on the ground, because this could generate a negative field, which kind of repels gravity, right? So we know how electrostatic, if it's light enough, it can repel all sorts of things, like bits of paper and all that sort of stuff, and plastic. So yeah, how much strength in this field would you need to counteract gravity? I don't know, but there could be some real science to it, and it could be like a personal transport system, right? So this could be like the future cars, like where someone just clicks a button, it puts a shield around them, lifts them off, and navigates away. And if there's interdimensional doorway where they could sort of pop into our reality when they're meant to be popping into their own building, and then suddenly they flash back into their own dimension, we see it for a split second and think it's a ghost or whatever, or alien. So there could be some real science to it. You just have to prove it, that's all.
Yeah, there's so many questions.
Always. And we're never going to know it in our lifetime. 150 years, our technology has grown very fast, but it's still amateurish.
Yeah, look, Charles said something there. Used like an eye to look and spy. That's my thinking. To be honest,
what do you say?
It's some kind of remotely controlled probe.
It could be
intelligence gathering. Who knows? Obviously, you'd think obviously it's unmanned.
Could be.
Or
it could be relaying information back to the Death Star to come blow up our world.
unless the aliens are as big as insects, which I don't see why that's not a possibility either. But yeah,
insects with miniature nuclear bombs. I wonder if that could cause a problem. I don't see why not.
Well, yeah, well, I don't suppose they'd be using nuclear weapons either if they were that advanced. Anyway, let's carry on.
History.
Disintegrators.
Whether the object disappeared into the sky at breakneck speed, or whether it literally vanished into thin air, as many other orb-like UFO sightings, remains open to debate. It was only in the weeks and then years after the incident that the witness began to truly contemplate what he had seen. It wasn't until he witnessed the home invasion incident on a television show that he felt compelled to report his own encounter. Such were the similarities with his own incident. In his report, he would contemplate the notion that his own sighting might be part of a bigger picture of UFO encounters. Extraterrestrial drones or futuristic black-budget projects. It is perhaps an interesting detail that the young witness in Texas fired upon the object.
That's what Charles just said.
This certainly wouldn't be the recommended course of action. However, the fact he did so provides us with a wealth of information. For example, the object he encountered that day was most definitely metallic and solid. At least at the time of the sighting. If we imagine that the craft was something similar to that witnessed in Florida in 2012, perhaps that metallic form could change shape and morph into something else. Furthermore, there was no obvious effort to attack the witness when fired upon. Instead, the craft took non-aggressive, although immediate action in vacating the area. Was this a pre-programmed response? Or does the craft utilize what we would call today smart technology? A depiction of an orb. Perhaps this last suggestion opens the door to the possibility that these small drone-like mini UFOs are, in fact, experimental black-budget crafts. Ones that even in the late 1960s were utilizing the smart technology of our own contemporary era. All, of course, far from the knowledge and understanding of the wider populace. Of course, those suggestions are reliant upon the craft being a drone-type machine only. However, some researchers suggest, at least the possibility, that such machines might literally be small metallic vehicles with equally small extraterrestrial pilots. Or might it even be that the crafts themselves are more akin to sentient entities than most of us are even prepared to comprehend? Another incident from 2006 is also worth examining in relation to each of the sightings above. The life-changing incident of KDP, North Minnesota, 2006. According to writer, KDP, a hiking and camping trip in the summer of 2006 in northern Minnesota would result in a life-changing encounter. After setting up camp for the evening, and having retired to bed, Katie found herself wide awake long after her parents and brother had fallen asleep. It was during this time, after several attempts to force herself to sleep, when she first noticed a bright orb of light around 15 feet above her tent. The orb would move in a straight line, and then fade for several seconds.
Description, Rob.
When it appeared again, it was in a different location in the sky.
In this page.
Katie would follow the strange disappearing and reappearing light for several hours until daylight brought the incident to an end. Did KDP have a similar encounter?
That sounds like Earl's mum. Remember they were sleeping on the balcony and they had a fly screen all around, and this ball of energy just passed through the metal mesh like it wasn't there and just hovered and looked at her, and then it started drifting back out again, and so she opened up the door and followed it into a cornfield where it went above her and went push and disappeared. Remember, he talks about that in the story, one story that his mother told.
Yeah, wow. Amazing, amazing story, yeah. Jeez, man. Earl's mum, God, she lived quite a life, didn't she?
Well,
worked for Howard Hughes, all that, yeah. Met Werner von Braun. Jeez, man, what life she led.
I did tell
1 second, Paul, when you carry on with that.
I did tell Dave Scott to get him on the show, but he said because he's Ryan's friend, he won't have anybody on that's Ryan Sprague's friend. So really, he's limited himself there because, you know, if you're worried about what politics someone has and all that, you'd be befriending a lot of people. I think sometimes the UFO field treats everybody like children rather than adults, right? So I'll just catch up on the side chat while we wait here. Let's see. There's Susan. She started the term bingo. Everybody's using it now. Who was it JD using it yesterday? And other people. So she started the trend. We have to start an emoji called bingo, I think. Your total that was hidden in plain sight. I'm not too sure what Robert was saying there. Paul, that's why I think that ball-shaped object I had seen was doing spying. But it was solid, not light. Yeah. So it could be like that crystal, what they call crystal metal, wasn't it? Well, metal is actually crystal, as you know. It's like quartz. But that metal, if you look at it under a microscope or electron microscope, you can see it's like a crystal. So let's bring up something while Rob's here. He'll be saying, "What you doing? What you doing?" Metal and electron microscope. Wouldn't be a show if we can't wind up Rob a wee bit, I suppose. Here you go. Look at the nice structures that metal can have. It's amazing when you go to the nano size things. Alright. And that's why they got strength. See, that would be probably strong. What's that one? Metals under microscope. Doesn't say what it was. But let's just click on that one. Oh, he's coming back. I'm in trouble. What are you doing? You're going off tangent. Why is it not opening up for us though? Oh, I better stop doing this. I'm going to get in trouble. Right,
okay, what are you doing?
I told you.
No.
I said I'm going to get
a tangent.
Yeah, okay. I was just going to go over metals under a microscope because I was talking about. He was talking about the sphere that was spying on him was actually metal, and it said it could be, crystal metal which can change shape from a solid into something else. And when you start looking at metals under microscope, they make these crystals like sugar and stuff, and there's these pretty patterns. But I was going to look more into it because it's something I haven't really covered. See, look at the little blocks here. Little bars of gold or whatever. What's that one? Scan an electron microscope. We'll come back to it anyway. It could be the end of the show thing. I want to carry on here. Or...
Yes, please.
Encounter. The following day she would tell her brother and parents of the incident. Although they would stop short of not believing her account, they queried why she had not woken any of them. When she thought about this, she would respond that she had not wished to move as it was so close to their tent. Furthermore, she had the distinct feeling that she and the orb were communing, even though she didn't understand the incident. While it might be easy to dismiss the claims of KDP, the fact that there are so many similar accounts on record should perhaps make us consider these seemingly outlandish claims a little further. Coincidental and differing realms of existence. What is perhaps particularly interesting about KDP's account, or more specifically her reporting of it in her blog, was one of the comments it provoked. A reader would state that they too witnessed a white orb the size of a basketball. What's more, it would enter their bedroom from my door.
We got to the end.
Ooh,
before it finished. Must have read to the end.
Nah.
Incident, where's the thing it got to? Door.
No, you were further down than that, Paul.
Yeah, I read
way
down.
Further down than that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my bearings. We got to here, didn't we? Asleep.
Yeah, it was the end of
that one there with the picture.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll just carry on from there then.
Yeah, that's fine.
We'll just repeat it anyway. Oh,
that's it then.
Oh, it's got too much there now. Oh, well, that'll do. Be copyright thing there probably. We'll stop it before then.
The following day she would tell her brother and parents of the incident. Although they would stop short of not believing her account, they queried why she had not woken any of them. When she thought about this, she would respond that she had not wished to move as it was so close to their tent. Furthermore, she had the distinct feeling that she and the orb were communing, even though she didn't understand the incident. While it might be easy to dismiss the claims of KDP, the fact that there are so many similar accounts on record should perhaps make us consider these seemingly outlandish claims a little further. Coincidental and differing realms of existence. What is perhaps particularly interesting about KDP's account, or more specifically her reporting of it in her blog, was one of the comments it provoked. A reader would state that they too witnessed a white orb the size of a basketball. What's more, it would enter their bedroom from my door. It would appear that the reader is insinuating that the orb appeared through their bedroom door. In the same way that the Alvarez family in Florida witnessed the plasma-type craft disappear through their living room wall. Particularly when the reader continues that the orb would travel across my room in a straight line and go through the wall below the window. Needless to say, the witness to this was in complete shock at what they had just seen. They would comment how the incident had the feel that the orb was just strolling through my room, casually. Does this picture show an alien orb? Indeed, should we consider the notion that these orbs are sentient entities with a little more seriousness?
Hey, what in there?
Whoa, that was odd.
I heard a beat noise.
Yeah, and it just stopped dead. You need to go from, for example.
Maybe there's a hidden underbelly. I don't know. Pause. Oh, it's locked on something. Hang on.
Oh, I
I don't
don't know.
know.
You're going up and down,
Yeah, it
all
looks
over
like
the place.
something's turned on. It made a dot noise and paused everything. That's really weird. It's like my cursor. Look.
Search. The UFO home invasion incident and bizarre plasma UFO.
Okay, you need to stop that, Paul.
I can't.
Search.
Let's see, escape key. Does that come back? No.
Search. The UFO home.
This is something new. That's almost like
Search.
The narrator's kicked in.
Search. The UFO home invasion incident and bizarre plasma UFO orbs.
There you go. Right.
First published November 8th.
So something strange happened there. Men in Black again, people. You think I'm joking? No, I'm not joking. So where did we get to, Robert? It was
Paul, you're moving up and down so quickly that it's impossible for me to...
Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah. We'll try this time.
Well, you don't have to...
Oh, we don't need to get that much. Let's see how it goes.
Indeed, should we consider the notion that these orbs are sentient entities with a little more seriousness?
Happens, I tell you.
For example, for want of a better word, might these orbs be the energetic form of the soul? Perhaps evidence of an afterlife, or an alternative realm of existence.
Nah.
Whatever the truth of such sightings might one day prove to be, that there is something to investigate regarding orb-like UFOs is without a doubt. Further suggestions of a heavily nuanced reality?
Cross in the corner.
While many people, both inside and outside of the UFO community, think the idea of mini UFOs is something straight out of a bad science fiction B-movie, as we have seen, there are several accounts on record. And what's more, as outlandish as they might be, they are all remarkably similar in detail. This, despite their separation in terms of time and distance. But what might these strange, small, plasma orb-like UFOs be? And do they have a connection to the more traditional UFO sightings of huge disc, cigar, or triangular-shaped crafts? Given the second sighting of Mary Alvarez, it would appear this would be the case.
If in doubt, blame Paul.
And are these sightings part of targeted and purposeful missions of one kind or another? Or do they have more akin to incidental encounters? Whatever the answers to those questions may be, such cases as those we have examined here demonstrate just how nuanced, not only the UFO and alien question is, but how our perceived realities are likely evenly nuanced. Check out the video below. It looks at some of the most fascinating UFO orb cases on record. And just how they might fit into our collective understanding of the world around us. Disclaimer.
Okay.
The stories, accounts, and discussion in this article are not always based on proven facts.
Yeah. I was doing the side chat.
Jeez, I need to be on the ball.
I have to be on the ball. Okay.
Okay, that's you've scrolled past him again. Can you just leave the video? Just leave it there. That's John Alexander, very interesting guy. But I listened to the video and he doesn't talk about what he's supposed to be talking about at all. So yeah, it's not worth us playing that anyway. And yes, Suzanne, I am taking a beer break. Cheers, son.
That's every 5 minutes he does. Okay. We got another link to go, or what?
Yes, of course we do.
Of course.
Yeah, moving on now. I just want to give people an introduction to Ted Phillips. This is the one that gathered over 4,000 UFO landing trace case evidence in, I think it was 64 different countries he traveled to. So this is Kevin Randall paying tribute to him because I think he died. Ted Phillips died in, I think it was March of this year. Sadly, it's a great loss.
Yep. seize the day, because you never know what tomorrow brings. Kevin Randall. Ed Phillips. So where do we read this one? Where's it start on this?
Yeah, just go from Ted Phillips there.
Yeah, easy said than done. Okay. Let's see. Read aloud.
Roswell in the 21st century.
No.
The latest information on the Roswell UFO crash.
This is what I thought. So we got to select it.
Paul, I think you've skipped to another tab, you know.
Yeah, I think it has. Let me just sort it out. Here we go.
There you go.
We'll get there. This is one of these pages that you got to be careful of. Right, it's got some comments here, but we'll stop it before then.
You don't need the comments.
Okay.
Ted Phillips has died. Ted Phillips, the founder and director of the Center for Physical Trace Research, died on March 10, 2020. Phillips was born in 1942 and spent his life in Missouri. A young Ted Phillips. He began investigating UFOs in 1964 and met Dr. J. Allen Hynek during the investigation of the Socorro UFO landing.
Aboard, Gene.
Phillips was trained as an engineer and was a professional photographer. He was involved in the Vanguard satellite program and was a field engineer on the Minuteman missile project. He was also employed as an inspector for the Missouri State Highway Department, an associate of the J. Allen Hynek Center for UFO Studies, and made presentations at the MUFON symposiums. It was Hynek who suggested that Phillips concentrate on UFO physical trace cases. Phillips and his team investigated more than 4,000 physical trace cases in more than 90 countries. Phillips once said that if you told him the physical markings left by the UFO, he would be able to describe the craft that left them. With Hynek, Dr. Jacques Vallée and Dr. David Saunders, Phillips participated in Ted Phillips at the Illinois Conference, the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics Aerospace Sciences meetings. He was also participated as a member of a small group who met with the United Nations Secretary General. Phillips made presentations to a wide variety of groups and was a participant in several television programs and documentaries dedicated to UFOs. I
suppose he was at MUFON as well, was he?
In recent years, he was involved in the investigation of strange lights seen in the Marley Woods in far southern Missouri. I met him in Illinois when he made a presentation about those lights at a UFO conference there. I had hoped to talk to Phillips about this while at the conference, but there never seemed to be a couple of moments when the two of us crossed paths, with one exception. I told him it was my impression, from his presentation, that he wasn't looking toward the extraterrestrial on this. He confirmed that he had thought it was some sort of terrestrial manifestation, but he didn't know what it might be. For those interested, there is more about Phillips' presentation here. http://kevinrandall.blogspot.com/search question. Big Amber in the Marley Woods.
Yes, skip.
More of the amber light.
What's that?
Skip those bits, yeah.
Yep.
Lights in Marley Woods. In the 1970s, he provided a position statement for Ron Story's Encyclopedia of UFOs that said, "The available facts are mostly statistical, but by taking a large number of reports, we can begin to develop a fairly clear picture of the objects observed and the traces left behind. Obviously, a report involving a landed object is of much greater value than a nocturnal light case.
Bye, Shelley.
The landed object immediately eliminates a number of possibilities. One would not expect a balloon to land, leave unusual traces, and then ascend vertically at high speed. Stars and planets do not appear at ground level between witnesses and a line of trees. When several witnesses observe a disc-shaped object with a metallic surface, no wings, and no sound, landing, ascending vertically, they have, with their descriptions, eliminated most of the natural or conventional explanations.
Above the trees.
When these objects then leave traces at the landing site, we have something tangible to
On night
examine.
vision, anyway.
I believe, after 13 years of investigation, the data indicates a non-terrestrial origin. Ted Phillips, truly one of the pioneers in scientific UFO research, and a dedicated...
Yeah, so that's Ted Phillips then. A truly dedicated man.
Well, that's Randall.
And, okay. That's Kevin Randall, yes. Yeah. But somebody is carrying on Ted Phillips's work now. Now, Ted Phillips, he met Hynek while he was quite young. And Hynek encouraged him to do something that nobody else does. And he put him on his way. He was an engineer by trade. Yeah. But yeah, he learned all this stuff about trace evidence and going out to these sites. And he always said, treat them like a crime scene. You know, don't tamper with them. Get there as quickly as possible before somebody does tamper with them. And of course, he'd collect samples from the site itself, where the saucer or whatever it was had landed. And then he'd take samples from an area maybe 50 yards away, then another sample 100 yards away, and see how the plant life was affected.
Yeah.
And normally it became hydrophobic, as it wouldn't take water again. That was almost in all of the cases where nothing would grow for maybe 2 years or more after the landing.
Susan's seeing lights behind you.
Okay, right. He was also Ted was also heavily involved in Marley Woods. Now it says Missouri, but that's not the case. That was a pseudonym. It was deliberately put out so it would avoid, masses of UFO enthusiasts coming there, leaving a load of junk behind, contaminating the scene, etc., etc. And Marley Woods, he actually spent several years there. Almost, he literally lived there in the end. I think he was there for 5, 6, 7 years, something like that. And during that time, he discovered several trace landing cases where people had seen the UFO. But this was a place where there was ranchers, and they didn't want people unnecessarily on their land, causing a disturbance. They had, quite expensive cattle and stuff there. They didn't want the status quo being tipped up. So yeah, of course, he kept the location secret, but I've got a good idea of where it actually was.
Susan thinks you had Christmas lights behind you, but I didn't see any. Maybe it's a ghost.
Lights.
Yes,
man.
It
wasn't one of those orbs, was it?
It could be one of those orbs, or it could be energy coming your way.
No, it could be a reflection off the.
Yeah, he still hasn't got our hoodie on with our logo, has he? He's a naughty boy.
No, that's actually that's clean and dried now. So yeah, I'll have to sort that one.
I think it's a reflection of the sun or something in the panels behind you on the screens here. That
it won't be the sun, Paul. The sun went down a long time ago.
Oh yeah, lights in. I don't think you got any Christmas lights or anything, have you?
No, I'll tell you what I have got. That it arrived yesterday.
Oh, right.
And I'm absolutely
show us something, is he?
No, yep. I can't show it to you, Paul, because it's a levitating moon.
Right.
It works electromagnetically.
Yeah, I know how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, and it spins and it levitates about, I'd say, 1.5 inches, maybe 2 inches off the base, and you can change the color of it from white to yellow, and it's absolutely amazing. It cost £100, but it's worth every penny. It's outstanding, and it's a real conversation starter as well. Anybody who comes in, they can't believe it. But the only thing is they want to start going prodding it and stuff.
And it falls off and bounces on the floor with dents. Yeah, you don't.
I've also ordered a levitating globe of the world as well, so that's going to be fun. I think that could be coming on Tuesday.
That's the one that Third Face of the Moon got free from the organisation. They were selling like quite expensive, a couple $100 each, I think it was.
No, the one I've got is a 6-inch globe, and that cost me £65.
Yeah, you got the miniature one. Their one was basketball
6
size.
inches in diameter.
Yeah, they had the basketball size, and it didn't need a platform underneath their one. It would levitate above the floor on the normal floor. Yeah, it would.
Paul, there's no way of doing it without a platform. There's going to be a base.
No
chance.
Unless it was a camera trick. It looked like it was hovering above their coffee table without any device underneath. I'm not sure how it was working, whether it used airflow or magnetics, but when it gets to Earth,
there's got to be magnets in the base, and there's also a magnet in the globe.
I don't know how. Maybe it's a really micro thin mat that goes underneath. Maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe I have to look that up after the show. Remind me. See if we can find it.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a wee bit suspect of it, but they said it actually works. When third phase is demonstrating it, then it sort of puts it in the doubt bin, doesn't it? Well, anyway, we have to come back to that because it needs to be addressed again, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to tab for you, Paul.
Yeah.
Just give me a second.
Paul, you're in charge of the mailroom. What mailroom? So get busy. Not too sure what you mean by that. Did I miss something on the side? Christmas is early for Rob.
Yeah, it's and to go with that, I've got a levitating UFO as well, which is also a Bluetooth speaker. So it doesn't just levitate and light up. So yeah, I've spent a lot of money over the last couple of days.
Right. Plex is seeing colourful lights behind you too. Hey, we have to play it back later and see if there was any colour lights.
Now I'm totally paranoid. I can't see anything.
I tell you what, since I've got this faster internet, you're sounding better and also moving better than it used to.
Okay.
Wait till I get the new router. Things are going to motor then. We're stuck on 100 megabits, but it's still 3 times faster than what we had. So
I was just thinking, Susan's saying there, mail me some new gear. It's about time I had the freebie off you.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I wish. So many things I got to pay all the time. It's just crazy. Yeah, we'll see. I'm actually I'm actually $30 away from next Google payment. They won't pay out till it reaches 130 New Zealand, which is about, I guess it's 100 American. Kind of stupid that they limit it like that. It should be just paid out every month regardless, shouldn't it? They take their $30 cut every time as well. So you got a link to go?
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, money's always a damn problem. It's easy go, hard come, isn't it?
I don't know. This lockdown's been good for me. I haven't spent anything hardly, so I've saved up a bit of money, and it's nice to be able to buy something for the house.
Well, people all.
I spend most of my time anyway. So
is this a YouTube video? Is it? Oh dear.
No, I chose it quite carefully, Paul. It's only got 475 subscribers on it. There's no silly music or anything like that. So,
but lately, Google have been censoring yours though. Lately, they've turned off the ads on yours, and they won't give a reason why. Your last 2 ones that we've done, no reason. So you want us to skip to whereabouts on this one?
30 minutes. Let's just listen to a bit of him.
Okay.
He's talking about Marley Woods.
It's got a few subscribers here, 400. Might give them a plug on our channel then.
Ted Phillips is our guest tonight on Conundrums. Ted goes way back in the UFO field. He used to work with Dr. J. Allen Hynek, and he has formed the Center for Physical Trace Research. This is...
Yeah, so we really know that, so let's just skim.
Yeah, I was taking digital images, the areas where activity had happened, not to try to catch, an orb or a dust speck or anything like that, but just to document where these events were taking place in case there were changes later. And things would move around. They would be displaced and appear somewhere else. Even some stuffed monkeys.
I can make it louder, but people have to let us know.
So anyway, I'm standing there shooting these pictures, and the owner is standing in front of me about 8 feet away, and he said, "Ted," and he had this really bizarre look on his face, and I said, "Yeah," and he said, "Behind you."
Read that.
And I turned around, and they have this terrifically heavy chandelier. And I mean, it's so heavy. It's got an
I've
iron
heard this
pinning
story before,
and is almost on a log chain like chain. And this thing was swinging very slowly, and it kept increasing in the swing. And I flipped the camera around, put it on video, and got some really interesting video of this thing. And all the doors and windows were closed. No air conditioning, no furnace on, nothing to make any kind of current that would have moved this thing. But I'm telling you, it would take something heavy to make that chandelier move at all.
Earthquake.
And because he and I tried later, but pretty interesting stuff,
Do you think because you're at the center of this study of UFOs and the paranormal, that because you study it, maybe they're doing things specifically to you?
Well, I haven't. Other than the car keys, I really haven't noticed anything. Now, it's a bit frustrating because I'll have, for example, 10 CCD cameras running 24/7, and I walk on the front porch of a cabin that is kind of my office over there, and walk up to the monitors, and all of the cameras stop working. And I get out there and I can't find anything, any problem, do everything I can do, throw my hands up and say, okay, I'm going to be up all night tonight. I'll go and take a nap. And I come out, still not working. And 6 hours later, suddenly they all just start working. And I've had that happen numerous times. And there's just no explanation for it. And I've had a whole bank of digital still cameras and video cameras, and also the property owners' cameras, just all stop instantly at the same time. Cell phones stop. One instance, a couple had arrived over there in a brand new Cadillac, one of their neighbors, and the husband stayed in the car, and he has a hard time getting in and out of the car.
I wonder if he's got any videos of that happening.
And some of the ambers, I think it was 7 of the ambers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, if all the cameras stop, there's no way you can document it, right? You can't, because his camera's going to be stopped as well. So you can't say, look, they all stopped. You know what I mean? Unless he's got, unless he's got a Faraday.
Yeah, he did get a number of videos and quite a few stills, Paul.
Probably a regular camera, he could record it. And like, this is where the old technology can probably not be interfered by electromagnetic as actual old film. So maybe we need to go back to old film and be able to capture this, and movie old.
Yeah. Being a protege of Hynek, Paul, he was very scientific, and that wouldn't have gone amiss on him.
No, one of those wind-up cameras where you don't even need battery, just wind it up and it goes by spring.
Yeah, well, it's messing about Faraday cage, doesn't it?
Well, I would probably want to do that as a scientist myself, but yeah. So this is the kind of people I want to team up with and actually get onto a real case and try and nut it out together. But maybe that will happen in the future. I don't know. But we'll see, I guess.
Pretty close, and we're just stationary. And all of a sudden, the electronic locks on that caddy start opening, closing, locking, unlocking. The radio came on and started running the frequencies, and the alarm system on the car was going off, on, off, on. And when the things disappeared back into themselves or whatever, all that just stopped.
So they're creating some sort of electromagnetic disturbance when they're doing this.
Absolutely, they are. Yeah. And that's one of the things that we found really early on in the trace landing events, is that the soil and the plants wouldn't be burned, charred, anything like that, or even smashed. They were dehydrated. All the moisture sapped out, wilted and dead almost instantly, and just like you'd toss them in a microwave oven. And along with the EM effects that you find on automobile engines.
Sounds like Skinwalker Ranch almost. Yeah.
I've got a catalog of about 800 cases where automobile engines have been affected as an object was close to the automobile.
And I think it can be explained with science.
And at Marley, we had a case where a large white object was hovering, and it dropped a beam to the ground, and it was about 600 feet from the farmhouse. And when the owners, after the thing
we just got a
little closer, and the beam moved with it, lighting up the ground, they looked into the upstairs from their deck, and they saw Christmas tree lights illuminated. And all of the light strings in the upstairs. And when the object finally left, it went straight up, disappeared. They went in to check the Christmas lights, and they weren't plugged in. So that's a pretty good EM pulse to do that.
Do you think that these things, whatever they are, devices, UFOs, are physical when they appear, or do you think that maybe they're non-physical?
Well, I think for sure the old classic saucer types definitely are physical, at least at certain points in time.
That's a bird.
Because when I go to a landing site, for example, if the object had 3 legs or 4, you'd have the landing pad imprints in the ground. And you could do compaction tests on those imprints and determine pretty closely the weight of the object. And always it would be, depending on the type of object, between 7 and 14 tons. So you're talking about a massive object.
The ceiling fan is just moving,
and
just
obviously
very
quite
slightly.
physical to put these indentations deeply into the ground.
There was one last night.
And give you that kind of compaction.
Shook the bed.
And so, yeah, I think, and they do a lot of damage to tree limbs or even trees if they come down into a very tight area. And so, yeah, they're definitely physical at some points, but I'm beginning to think.
Okay, Plex, thanks for joining us. See you later.
I think Alan Hynek would be
See you later, Paul.
One of the first people that would start seeing this himself and not be too surprised that there are points when some of the objects become, as far as the way we think about physical, they become not physical. Okay. And so there, you have to be really careful when you say, well, there's an involvement with paranormal activity, they generated or whatever. If you're talking about paranormal activities such as ghosts or spirits or anything like that, I think we're looking at a technology that is tremendously advanced. And obviously, you know, because they had these things going back in the 20s, and Jacques has found some excellent cases way, way beyond that.
So you don't think that these are ghosts that are appearing as aliens? They're aliens that are some occupants of the UFOs that are doing something that manifests itself as poltergeist or ghost type activity.
It's a sort of thing I said.
Yeah, and that may be it may be a product of their being, or it may be simply an effort to confuse the issue as far as anyone trying to understand it. But you have to remember, today, they can make an army tank invisible in broad daylight, and simply by bending light. That has been displayed a number of times. And so I have to go back to Jacques and his books, because this guy has always been a really far thinker. And I think he was more on the path than we were, because we leaned, because of the physical aspect, a little more to, well, these are beings coming here. They're building ships and coming here from somewhere else. And Jacques was always kind of beyond that. And his book, Messengers of Deception, he wrote that back, I think, in the 60s. And I now tend to bend that way, I think, more than I do extraterrestrials.
When you're investigating a landing area, what type of things do you find in that area? Have you ever seen something where they left something behind, maybe that came off the craft? That
no,
thought it was?
No, I have not. I've had, for example, I was coming back from Florida with Jim Lorenzen, who was.
How do we change the subcolor font? Does anyone know? It used to be white. Now it's sort of turned into a gray color. That's since the update, eh?
Director of the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization back in the 60s and so on. And as we're visiting, he said, I want to show you something. And he takes out of a little box a piece of what looked like a metal of some kind, but it was so thin, it was as thin as a piece of cellophane.
Crystal
and
metal.
He would do this business, which you hear about Roswell all the time, of crumpling it up in a ball, turning it loose, and it would just flatten out without a wrinkle. And he said, hold your hand out. And he had this stuff about, 6 or 8 inches above my hand, dropped it, and you couldn't feel it. It absolutely was that light.
That sounds like Marley, though, doesn't it?
And so,
where did it come from?
From a landing, supposedly, in, I believe it was Finland. And he was flying from Florida to Washington, D.C. to turn it over to a government lab. And, of course, that was the end of that piece of whatever it was.
And this was well before anyone knew anything about Roswell and the story behind it of this type of material.
Yeah, this was in '69, I believe.
And you handled this yourself.
Yeah.
What other things have you discovered?
See, that could explain Roswell then, couldn't it? Because alien scientist was talking about that type of metal before, a couple of weeks ago, wasn't he? And could have been like the skin of a experimental craft where it's got scattered, and people saying it's mylar from a balloon, but maybe it's something very similar, or better. So yeah, that's kind of interesting.
About landing areas that
doesn't mean it's alien, of course, but it could be some sort of black ops material, that's meta material that's been covered up for a while now.
Make that area different from the surrounding area.
Thanks.
Well, what you find, there are 3 primary types of.
I got a toasty, people. I need a toasty
evidence
emoji,
and that is the area is either depressed, burnt, or dehydrated.
Oh, it's hot.
And the burnt areas and the depressed areas are about equal in quantity. And but the dehydrated areas are much more interesting as far as laboratory analysis and what you might be able to find. But in the depressed areas, you generally will have a circular area where it's kind of like a donut. The central area, the alfalfa, the tall grass, whatever's there, is standing normally, and there will be a 1 to 1.5 foot wide ring where the plants are not only depressed but swirled in a very, very tight pattern. And it's pretty fascinating stuff. And we just had 3 new ones at Marley about 3 weeks ago, and they were all identical size and configuration and so on. And
Charles is saying he doesn't believe the guy, but I'm just watching the guy's body language, and to me, he seems to be coming across credible. What he's talking about here.
Oh, definitely. He's 100%. The guy's credible. Nobody has ever cast a doubt on Ted Phillips's work. I'm not sure why Charles feels like that. I'm not really sure why, but no. I mean, you could look at the people he works so closely with.
Yeah.
Jacques Vallée, Hynek. I mean, they weren't hoaxers. No. Jesus, we're blessed by, with people like them. He wouldn't have been allowed to get away with anything dodgy. Not a chance. Mind you, it's everyone's prerogative to believe and disbelieve what they want.
Hoaxers, but doesn't mean they're not a wee bit fraudulent or trying to push a agenda they've got themselves.
Well, how much money did Ted Phillips make out of this? Absolutely nothing. He was out of pocket, Paul. I mean, where was he getting the money from to travel to 94 different countries to look at these things? He wrote 1 book, and that wasn't, and all that was an information manual, a kind of status report. It wasn't a book, as didn't sell many copies at all. It was only for the hardcore people, Good God,
typically,
this guy to like the likes of Stephen
you don't find any kind of measure.
But he hasn't actually said this metal is actually related to alien craft, though, has he?
Okay, your volume's dropped off a little bit, Paul. Is that because you're
eating
eating?
I'm eating a toasty, so you don't hear me crunching. But he hasn't actually said that this metal material, is actually alien in technology, or if it's human made.
No. Well, he went that way at first, but his opinion started to evolve over the years, because he was a big fan of Vallée. And I mean, anybody that's familiar with Vallée's work, you'll know where he's coming from. He says Vallée believes that this thing is an intelligence, but it's not aliens traveling from different planets, which a lot of people still believe in, what we call the ET hypothesis. Ted Phillips went the way of thinking it was something far more complicated than that. But yet, again,
definitely far more complicated.
It's an intelligence, and it's an intelligence we're not familiar with. So therefore, to me, it has to be considered to be alien.
Yeah, or it still could be within our universe as well. We can't rule it out. They just might have to found a way to pop into the dimension above ours, then can pop out, re-energize, If you could transmit energy, then you should be able to reform energy, right? Imagine atoms being dense energy. You should be able to almost like transmit yourself or machine into another location, but like a duplicate, and like the original sort of becomes frozen, and it forms another one of yourself further in the universe, and you actually transport your conscience to it, and then once that dissolves, the energy, you're back into the normal form again. But you never know how crazy some of the stuff out there. You're just talking about spooky action at a distance and all that sort of stuff, right? It may not be multiverse, it might be some way that they can travel. in an energy field. Microwaves might be part of it, which is electromagnetic waves, you see.
Traces in the depressed sites. We did have one there that was an oval site in last July, and it had at the north end of the oval a circular 2-foot area that was pretty highly radioactive, and that's not normal. Very few of the sites have radioactivity, and the burn sites typically will not be circular; they'll be irregular. Mm-hmm. And as the object was coming in or going out, it spread the effect rather than having that symmetrical pattern. And the dehydrated sites, the majority of those are circular and about 8 to 10 feet in diameter.
You know, we've had a lot of triangle UFO sightings, triangular shaped craft. Have you ever found a triangular pattern on the ground?
I did. And it was back in those days, you didn't really think, there were not very many sightings.
See, what I like about these guys, they're actually on the boots on the ground type scientists to go and investigate data.
Yeah.
They're not talking heads on YouTube channels.
Well, this is it. Like, let's go back now to Nick Pope's UFO program. Air Staff 2A, wasn't it? Yes. They didn't go out and interview a single witness. All the interviews were done on the phone. Nobody actually went out and visited the witness or the location. So to me, that's just an excuse. And I think that's all it was that Nick Pope was working on, was a public relations exercise. No boots on the ground whatsoever. Poor show, to be honest, a dog and pony show. But yet, Nick Pope is in every TV show going. On the other hand, Ted Phillips, he kept any kind of interviews and podcasts to the minimum. You were quite lucky if you managed to get him on the show,
Yep.
He'd rather focus on his work than be a talking head on some podcast.
Okay, Susan, we'll see you later. Get a toasty. I've got a toasty here. I'm happy.
Okay.
Well, we might as well just listen to the rest of what he's got to say here anyway.
Yeah, sure.
A triangular object. And this was in 1975. And there was a landing here in Missouri. And the rancher saw the object on there, and he had 3 extremely serious, big security dogs. And he turns them off their leads and told them to go. And they ran about 20 feet, stopped, and crawled on their bellies backwards. And he said, when that happened, I decided to go in the house and wait till morning to go down there. And but he found a dehydrated cedar tree about 15 feet from the site. The site actually was an oval, dehydrated, very dehydrated area. And there were 3 imprints, small, very unusual imprints in a...
So this is, if you had someone like him on, you'd want him to bring some photographs and just bring it up on the screen, wouldn't you? So it's a bit of a shame, really.
Yeah, well,
this interview lacks that.
To be honest, the guy conducting this interview is a bit of a numpty. In the first half hour, like he's just not a UFO person,
Oh, right.
He was saying some silly things and wasn't asking the right questions, but in the end, just let Ted do all of the talking, which was the best thing he could have done.
Yep.
A very elongated triangular pattern. And now what's interesting, for the first time ever, in Marley, in January of this year, we had a guy and his wife report a triangular-shaped device, about 3 feet above the ground, and it was about 4 feet long and a equilateral triangle, and they could see it had a kind of between a metallic and a almost plastic looking skin on the structure, and it was silent and no illumination. They walked up on it because their dog was out there going crazy, and he had a pretty powerful flashlight and shined it on it, and it stayed there for 15, 20 seconds and then silently went vertical and disappeared. And it had no light on it at all. So that's another new thing. And what's great about this stuff, when you think you've pretty well seen it all, something new and even better or weirder comes along, believe me.
Well, you have all of this physical evidence over almost 4,000 cases of landings. Why hasn't the scientific community taken a serious look at this?
Well, that's a really good question, and Alan Hynek was a highly respected and well-known and distinguished scientist, and he chose his words very carefully because he had to. And he and I tried for quite a long while. We were best of friends for about 18 years until he passed on. And we were able to get only one research grant for $4,000. And that was back 1974. We made good use of it. But and we did presentations to the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And we had meetings with the AIAA UFO subcommittee with Peter Sturrock, chairman. And they talked seriously about it. They were seriously interested. But you take them out of those closed rooms and they don't know anything.
You're right.
And it's a peer thing, totally. Because they want to keep getting research grants, and they don't want, to have people thinking they should be in a psychiatric ward. And that's the unfortunate thing, because the media has played a big part in this, the government a lot, but also the media. I've watched them, how they handled this unknown yet missile or whatever it was out in the ocean off of L.A., And here you have video very clearly shows it. And the object at the head of the contrail looks a little odd. But the media all day long has been this tongue in cheek,
it's all
is it a flying saucer, and they chuckle. And,
I don't think that one's
and have a lot of fun with it. So why would any witness report a sighting at all?
Right.
Because they know clearly what's going to happen. And so many of the documentaries that you have on TV, you'll see the Iowa farm family, the guy's wife and 15 kids, and they give them 30 seconds to say, yeah, it was right up there. It did this. Okay, well, that sounds really weird. Thank you. And then they bring on, after a commercial, a psychologist or a skeptic to discredit the farm family,
Right.
So the only way I get all these cases at Marley is I almost live there and everyone knows me. And the one thing they asked me when they invited me down was to please never make public the location or any of the witnesses' names. And I said, absolutely. And I've held to that, and they know that. And so when something happens, I get a call sometimes while it's even going on. And you have to develop that rapport. You have to let people know that it's not going to go to the media. You and I can talk about the cases all we want, as long, as I stay away from the stuff I can't talk about.
The videos that you've shot there, is there anything that you've released?
Do you want to pause it there, Paul?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, Charles. There's plenty of stuff you can find on YouTube, videos and stills from Marley Woods. So I didn't want to bring too much stuff into this tonight on Marley Woods because it's a lot of YouTube stuff which we don't like playing too much. And plus it's going to turn the show into like a video analysis kind of thing, which I don't want on a Sunday. But all you have to do, what I do basically is I use DuckDuckGo. I type in Marley Woods videos and then type in YouTube at the end. And you'll get a whole bunch of stuff so you can have a look at that and analyze it in your own time. Now, as for the trace evidence cases, that's all been documented. All that evidence is there. Whether science wants to take a look at it or not is entirely up to them. If they see it fits in, which in the current environment, that doesn't seem to be the case. But you can't say there's no photos, there's no videos. You just have to go and look for them, and you can make of them what you want. Okay.
It's just not being shown on this segment, that's all.
No, it's a podcast. It's not a video analysis, is it?
But I don't think they made all their research public, though, because they put it into books, don't they?
Well, some of it is still at the Hynek Centre for UFO Studies, isn't it?
I thought it was the other way.
A lot of the samples are hidden away as well.
What's the other guy that's working with
him?
I
don't know. They have had them tested, but the trouble is, you give it to a government lab and it disappears. It's happened time and time again, and that's not stupid conspiracy theory either. That's happened time and time again, where people have passed over a bunch of photographs, they've given them back, minus the best ones.
Yep. So, Valet, I was talking about his books. Maybe they're leaving some of the best photographs and all that for the books, to try and make some money to cover expenses and all that sort of business.
Not yet. As a matter of fact, having a really nice website built. A gentleman offered to do it for me, and that's really his thing, and it'll be a nice one. And I have been so busy at Marley and a couple of other projects. One of them in Slovakia. That's one that really takes a lot of time to have to go over there. But I'm dragging my feet on getting the material to be posted to him and so on. But I will have some video clips, and gosh, I've got now hours of video, and some of it is really crummy, but it shows something is there that
we
shouldn't
see crummy
be there,
videos every
and
week.
is terrifically unusual, and it's only crummy because the farmer sees some of these things, and for the first time in his entire life, he goes into Walmart and he buys a video recorder and goes out, and he really doesn't know how to run it. And I have the biggest problem convincing people they need to put it on a tripod.
Right.
And it's like they've got to hold it in their hands, and you know what that results in.
Yeah.
But
most of the footage is crappy, and people don't know what they're doing.
And but the CCD cameras, of course, are all sturdily mounted, and when something happens, I just
it never changes. Technology changes, but the
last week
skills of people.
What is it? About 11
never
minutes
changes.
Of video of an object on the ground through trees, beams of light coming out of it vertically, and then it comes out of the trees and makes its way higher in the sky before it just zaps out.
That sounds like smoking gun footage, and we've never seen it.
Circular in shape, and I hope to put that on the website when we get it going.
When you get video like this, is it night vision or is it color, clear and color video?
Well, I try to keep it clear in color. The CCD cameras Most of them are color and some night vision. And the objects, what I found is they're bright enough, generally, that you can shoot them with just about any kind of even cheesy video camera without night vision, which of course is the best if you can do it. And the best thing I found, I had a chance to get my hands on a little Kodak Play Sport video camera. And I mean, this is really a pocket-sized job. And all you've got to do is pop the power, pop the
talking about old technology here,
on
so
button, and
need
it's
to know
recording.
about it.
And
so let's skim a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you ever give that location out, you're going to have hoaxers show up making lights, putting balloons in the air, things like that, that would interfere with your research.
Oh, well, absolutely. Not only that, these ranches are secured, and they have caretakers who have guns.
That sounds like the Skinwalker Ranch run where they saw the two balloons pass over it and they disappeared, and that's because they popped, you know. They're going to know the film crew. Yeah, that's what he's saying. People are going to know there's a film crew there and to send out some balloons, a couple ranches down the road with the right wind direction, see if it passes, and they end up on TV and have a good laugh, right?
Yeah, I know. There's been supposedly another major event at Skinwalker Ranch now.
Yeah, I covered that yesterday.
God, yeah.
Yeah, you got to wait to season 2.
And without any question, if anybody tried to go over a fence or a gate and not stop when they told them to, they'd be in big trouble.
Right. Get shot by
they wouldn't hesitate to do it because they have a lot of very valuable cattle, along with machinery and, a lot of stuff there that you wouldn't want, for example, 10,000 people busting down fences to get in and see the lights and so on.
What's that, guys?
And I ran into that up in Langenburg, Saskatchewan. Edwin Fuhrer saw 5 metallic objects
They've been sent this amazing footage
down in the tops of some 4 or 5 foot tall grass in daylight one Sunday morning. And they were dome shaped, and they were rotating very quickly. He walked up within 15 feet of the lead object, and pretty quickly backed up and got back on his what we would call a combine, and could then see the 5 objects and the grass moving underneath each, and they were spinning rapidly. Wow. And out of one of the objects, he sees 2 long sort of pipes or rods that come out in a V configuration.
That's
and
a
they're
shame
both
we don't
moving
have
around.
Cameras on our foreheads. Imagine the footage we get then. Maybe future technology.
Yeah. You might look a bit daft.
Yeah. A third eye, you just put it in your third eye, like everyone think you're Indian then. And there's actually a miniature camera that records all day long, and you can dump it down. That would be really the turning point of UFO captures, I reckon. No balloons, no dots in the sky, boring stuff. Close-up personal video footage. Although he talked before that they can disrupt all the cameras, so yeah, I'm not sure how we get around that. But anyway,
the horizontal axis,
especially on the
and the grass is moving where they're moving, and suddenly they take off with no sound in a step formation and go straight up. And it was a cloudy, drizzly morning.
See, how many UFO sightings have we heard from credible people where it always talks about shooting up vertical? Nimitz, various people that come on the show that's seen it, and the German friends, it's always shoot up vertically. Never left or right, or drifting along in the sky. Yeah.
I think it's a good indicator of a genuine UFO.
Yeah.
when it shoots it vertically like that. But of course, it doesn't have to be that way. You know, quite often it can shoot off at tremendous speeds to the left of the right and or horizon from horizon to in the space of a second or two.
Yeah, but we haven't actually seen that. We've not actually seen that on video. We're normally just drifting along with the air currents, right? So
yeah, well, the thing is, how can you capture something that's going up that quickly?
That's very true. And well, you could capture it on camera disappearing, and you could have radar data to back it up where it went to, I suppose.
Well, let's see what Skyhub come out with. They're new at the moment.
Yeah.
So let's see. Give them 12 months. And surely then they should have something of interest.
Maybe.
But of course, it's still expanding at the moment.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's quite expensive. You ain't looked at a couple of grand if you want to set up a system from your own home. I know the software is open source, and they're doing that. But you know, I'd love to have a couple of grand spare to have it set up.
I think that only work if you had like a trillionaire involved in the project, or a billionaire, like Bigelow that bought cameras for anyone that requested it worldwide, and just set up a network, and just they put it on the roof of the house or whatever. Yeah, that's the only way it's going to work.
About billionaires, are they? Just the UFO community.
Well, it depends. Bigelow seems to be very strange. He has an alien head on his building, right? So maybe he's got the money to actually fund that sort of project where people can request the thing. Or have a technician show it, have trained people in each city that can go and set it up for you, but like a Sky Dish. For everyone gets their Sky Sport and all that, right? So why can't they get their Sky UFOs? Be part of the Sky program. Anyway, we're pretty much finished on the Sky here, I think.
Yeah, sure.
And cloud ceiling was 3,000 feet. They stopped just under the clouds and formed a straight line. There was a terrific gust of wind or something that came out of two pipe-like extensions on the base of each of the objects, and they disappeared into the clouds. And he waited 5 minutes to be sure they weren't coming back, got off the combine and walked back up, and he found 5 rings where these objects had been, and the V configuration where the tall grass was beat down by these 2 rods. And in each of the rings, the central area was standing normally. And so my theory on that has always been, and I have it with a number of those types of sightings, where they're swirled and packed down tightly, is a device like that with 2 openings at the base, which can eject a powerful blast of something. If they're sitting there in the grass, spinning, not on the ground, you're going to get that packed down clockwise situation. And but that was, I mean, that was an excellent case. But
that sort of sounds like ones we were talking about in Australia, but they were anti-clockwise though, weren't they? But he might be talking about Northern Hemisphere versus Southern Hemisphere.
Exactly. Yeah.
But yeah, kind of strange. The story he's got here would be good to actually have seen it with your own eyes, though.
By the time Alan found out about it, called me, had me go up there. There had been the RCMP estimated about 8,000 people through there, and the rings were no more. But luckily, the RCMPs did a magnificent job investigating the case and photographing the area and the rings and everything before the herd got there. So, you know, I can't imagine anybody that would want to advertise something like that had happened.
Exactly. Ted, I got time for one more question. Do you think that there will be some sort of disclosure that will ever have a solution to this mystery?
You know, I think the only way that might happen would be if a group of scientists seriously looked at this stuff. And my hopes in that respect would be with a guy like Michio Kaku, because I understand he has some interest in UFOs, and he's made the statement, why not? Exactly. And this guy has, I think, such stature, and he chooses his words carefully too, which he has to. Beyond,
he's been on TV a lot, and no one's paid much attention to him and UFO side of things so far.
Well, no, I mean, this is it's one thing talking about UFOs. It's another thing actually doing some serious study, isn't it? He just chips in every now and again on the UFO and alien subject. So he's not of much use to us at all, is he? As it stands.
Yeah. So another link to go.
Oh yeah. Just one more thing. Now the location of Marley Woods is interesting. Now, of course, this is a few years ago since all that activity was going on there. I don't know if people are still studying it, but if you want to know the real location of it, I believe it's Idaho, because things leak
Missouri
out.
Here.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's the cover.
So I tried to get it up on the map, and there's Missouri there.
Woods.
There's definitely lots of woods there. Woods. They said it's a chunk of woods known as Marley, but it's not actually documented.
No, Paul. It's a pseudonym. It's a false name. It was there to throw people off. So you can go looking for Marley Woods from now till the cows come home. You won't find it.
But on the interview, he said it was Missouri.
Yes. No, Paul. He was telling you it was a cover story. You weren't listening to him.
Well, this webpage here, undisclosed area in the state of Missouri. So,
undisclosed. You must know what that means.
Well, it must be in Missouri then. You're saying it's in a different.
No. Ted Phillips said himself it's not even in Missouri. The real location almost certainly is Idaho, which is it shares a coastline on the Pacific border of the United States. It borders California to its south. You can easily find Idaho on a map.
The exact location of the area is in question, because it's got never been revealed. Has never been revealed here, it says here.
Yeah, it says that, but most people in the know believe it's in Idaho, Paul.
I'm just trying to see where it says Idaho here at all.
It doesn't say that. That's only stuff that's leaked out, Paul.
So who said it was in Idaho? Ted Phillips.
No, of course he wouldn't say that, would he?
So where did you get that information from?
I asked about.
You got that from a secret source. You're turning into UFO Jesus now.
But if you look at Idaho, it's quite a diverse landscape. It's got desert. It's got heavily wooded areas. It's ideal. Actually, it fits the bill. But of course, the information that I've found on the internet and the people I've asked, they could be wrong as well. Do you know what I mean? But it does seem to fit the bill.
Well, there's a light above woods here. That kind of looks like a ceiling light, a spotlight to me, reflecting off a window.
Yeah, but I'm sure they weren't that stupid, Paul.
Now, there's a couple other light specks here too.
Hoax stuff, are they?
Yeah, there's a couple of little white specks everywhere.
I mean, come on, since when has Ted Phillips been a hoaxer?
Paracast. Amber UFO sightings.
Plenty of videos and photos on the internet if you're willing to take a look.
Well, that's what I was trying to do now. Large bright amber objects following events took place. So that's a photograph, I guess. Bizarre blog. Doesn't look like nice sphere shapes though, which is kind of strange. Looks like it's elongated that way, and that one looks like it's elongated that way.
Yeah, it does. It's strange.
There we go.
That's a
that looks like
diagram.
Shelley's oyster UFO that she was talking about, white light.
Yeah, it does a bit. Yeah, it does a bit.
But I don't think she talked about having a black beak on it.
Yeah, that's strange. Where that should be like, I don't know.
1999. Tight turn. Left of view. Cattle rings, skates, events. So it's mostly out on farmland here, by the looks of it. The couple was highly regarded in the community and did not report or discuss the event. Now, I bet there's a lot of that happens too. They don't report it, right? It's probably one of the best sightings. Yeah. So that was one of the links, anyway. So you reckon, type it in Marley Woods. Let's see what else we got popping up here. UFO.
Yeah. Okay. Look, Marley Woods is purely fictitious. Remember that, yeah? You might find a few photos on there, though.
Maybe that's one they talked about ghost lights. I don't know whereabouts that location was now, but recently they had scientists with lasers, and they aimed the laser to try and pinpoint the location. And it turned out there was a bend up on the road there where the car lights caused like a atmospheric inversion, and it sort of had these car lights shine above railroad tracks, and they said it was like ghost lanterns. So they debunked that using lasers and getting the car to drive past at the right time and filming it. So I'm not too sure if you've seen that, but I think it was on a show, Strange Evidence, I think, or something like that.
Damn it, I've made a mistake. Susan, you're quite correct. It wasn't Idaho, it was Oregon. Which has a southern border. It's next to Idaho. That's where I've got mixed up. Yeah. So California to the south and Nevada, Idaho to the east, and Washington to the north. But if you look at Oregon, it's the perfect scene.
Yeah, good night, Charles.
Okay, night, Charles.
Yeah, this one's been going on a fair bit. How many hours have we done so far? It feels like a few already. Oh, 2.5 already, is it?
Mm-hmm.
How much we got left to go then?
Yeah, Paul, we haven't got
videos. Let's have a look. Marley Woods, Hotspot, YouTube. So you reckon there's a lot of YouTubes on this?
Yeah, there's, yeah.
Vintage footage, testimonies. What's that one? Is that Marley Woods? It doesn't say. Alien in the Woods, unsolved UFO mystery. Oh, there we go. Marley Woods, Missouri secret UFO hotspot. I don't remember playing that one. Was it coloured purple? It is, isn't it? I must have clicked that sometime. UFOs and paranormal. John Alexander. There's not really that much here. Black Sabbath, what's that got to do with Marley Woods?
Yeah, I use a different search technique to you, Paul, and I found loads of stuff, you know.
Yeah, we're stuck with YouTube censorship coming up for the elections. But anyway, I did used to have DuckDuckGo in the pull down so you could actually access it. But I don't know how you do it on this Edge. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So it's not Missouri. You reckon it's Oregon?
It's Oregon, yeah.
So whereabouts is that? Right next door?
That's what people tell me, and that's what I did find on the internet as well. So everything points to that. It's hard to keep stuff secret, but don't ask me where in Oregon they've managed to, you know, I'm sure there's a few people that know. Obviously, Ted Phillips and, you know, the people that he had on his team will know for sure, but someone seems to have leaked it out somewhere, Paul.
I'm just trying to see Oregon on the map. I just can't remember what direction it is.
Yeah, you need to go right over to the Pacific coast.
I thought it was here
way
somewhere.
off from this movie. No, that's the Atlantic coast.
We need to go this direction, don't we? Up here, isn't it? No, that's right. Yeah. It's way up here, somewhere here. Oregon. Here we go. So that's miles away from Missouri, isn't it?
It couldn't be further away, could it?
No. And Oregon is where Mojo's video was filmed too. So.
And Susan was saying there's always been like a bit of a hotspot for UFO sightings as well, you know?
Yep. Okay, so what's next in the list? Marfa+Light. Let's see, let's just bring up your list here on Discord.
Yeah, it's actually Hessdalen next.
All right. Okay.
Do you want to do that now?
Yep, I suppose. Let's see. So before Marley Woods, we had a lot of other stuff, which I need to add to the list, I guess. And now we're going on to... We've done Marley Woods, now we're doing Hessdalen lights, which I did look at that one, and I found out some interesting scientific stuff there. I can't remember what it was all now.
Yeah. It's an interesting location, because the stuff's still going on there.
No, all this could be still related to plasma being generated, though. Maybe not the Marley Woods one, maybe that sounds more UFO-y. But these other ones called the Marfa+Lights and all that could be related to the piezoelectric effect with crystals under the ground, which generates what they call earth lights sort of thing. And that sort of bounces around in fields between normally valleys and stuff like that. Better stop humming. It's a bad habit. See, there you go. It's very hard to get rid of that Kiwi Yeah, other people have different words there instead of ums. So normally you pause and think what you're going to say next without saying but the Kiwis somehow use it a lot and it sort of embeds on you and you pick up the bad habit. Oop. Another YouTube visit.
Yeah, it says, I was hoping you could play some of this because I think we might get away with it. It's really old. And, well, it's not super old, but it's old.
There was one main researcher in Norway doing this, wasn't there? And is that the guy? I don't know, it could be. Oh, right, yeah. He was making a documentary or movie called UFOs in Norway, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, this is another place where Hynek was involved, and there's actually some there's a little bit of footage of Hynek on this. He called it a UFO laboratory.
Yep. So, does it start off music or anything? I don't like that music. Why do it always... Does it get rid of the music at all there, Robert?
I think it does, yeah.
I don't like where they're essentializing it with music.
No, I don't either.
Hessdalen, this remote mountain valley in Norway, 30 kilometers.
How safe is this? Do we need to do the boom, 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 boom? Let's just make him a wee bit deeper voice. We have to protect their identity.
Kilometers north of the mining town Røros has a population of only 120.
I'll get the subs on.
But why is there a blue container placed far up on one of the hillsides, with cameras covering the valley?
Can't even read those subs. Too dark.
The light phenomena here in Hessdalen in Norway started in late 81, with a lot of sightings. At the most it was 20 sightings a week. The local people here started to see the light down in the valley, sometimes close to their houses, and they was wondering what could this be. People started to go up here and see if they could see it for themselves.
Not the best sound, I must say.
Many people did.
That background music's not helping. That's one of the orb lights up there, yes.
Men da stod vi en 30-40 personer og kikket. Og plutselig kom da dette lyset gjennom skydekket og ned langs fjellsiden og stoppet rett foran oss og seg forbi. Og vi fulgte den med blikket, og ned i dalen lenger frem stod det et lys og ventet på den. Og i det øyeblikk falt jo alle mine teorier om dette her var helt uforståelig.
A long oval-shaped light phenomenon appeared to be landing. It came up the valley.
Yeah, see a problem here. Don't know why that's coming up. Says excellent connection here. I shouldn't be getting that anymore. It might be Robert's end, of course.
Along the mountainside, stopped and rotated slowly.
Så reiser den seg opp, så den står som en stake oppe på fjellet. Og da var det akkurat som når du ser inn i sola, så ser du en silhuett inn i det lyset.
Kind of looks like a flame almost, doesn't it?
This picture is taken with 1/60th of a second exposure.
But a flame, I suppose, is a form of plasma, isn't it? Would you say it was plasma, though? So they're saying that happens in what, one frame, which was taken with 1/16th of a second exposure. Oh, that's not particularly good, isn't it? So that's still long exposure, right? You want to do 1/8000, and so you can see how it's going.
The phenomena behaves very different. Some is moving very slowly, and some lights can move very fast. The fastest speed we have ever measured was 30,000 kilometers an hour. We have also recorded.
And what's interesting there, straight away, I see it's almost like a sinal wave movement through this space, which is almost looks like it's natural, you see.
On the radar, something moving without being seen by a light, so it's invisible. Ja, Hessdalen, som du ser innover her slik, den er ca. 15 km lang. Den er ikke så veldig stor da. Det har vært mye mot disse fjellene som dette har blitt sett veldig mye da.
Many strange photos were taken of the phenomenon during the first years. The lights were difficult to capture on film due to long distances and rapid movements in the dark. Even on short exposures down to 1/100th of a second, the lights covered a large area of the film. What kind of lights would behave this way, night after night in this harsh environment?
I 84, tror jeg, på denne tida på året, var vi nå lekt oss inn på låven her, og kommer ned ut utgangsdøra. Så registrerer vi et eller annet som står overfor oss, og det er et lys som vi står og ser på, som står og funker det sånn som det her. Det er jo blågrønt, og det står ja, en cirka 5-10 sekunder. Det virker som en evighet, og så plutselig så drar det bortover vestover.
Was there more to this than only lights?
Ja, jeg har sett 2 forskjellige variasjoner. Ja. Den ene er blank og oppløst, ja. Men jeg er mer som sigarformer.
So, could it be like they got a mixture of things happening, something natural and UFOs? I kind of think so.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But do you know that this thing was going on long enough, consistently enough, you know, for at least science to try and work it out to the best of their ability?
So Dan's been unlucky. He hasn't seen any UFOs either. It's like being in New Zealand.
That's the only thing, though, Dan. Do you know what I mean? You can live in the middle of a UFO hotspot and never see anything yourself, and yet the person who lives next door to you might see 10. It's right, and he's done a lot of camping out there as well. Now, that's really one of the best times that I would imagine. You know, I've seen the things that have been out fishing late at night. That yeah, because you're in one spot for hours, and yeah, you're putting yourself in a good. Yeah, you just carry on. Maybe one day it will happen, like, you know, and it might be something amazing. But
well, since they move silently, you won't think about looking up. So you've always got to be looking up, I'm afraid. You end up with sore neck.
When you're camping, you generally are, you know,
laying on your back looking at the stars.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you do. You know, even when you're fishing, when you're not looking at the tip of your rod, you're looking at because you've got the stars and the moon and what have you, like because there's nothing else you can see really.
And in your location, you have to be careful of the horny goats that might jump on you.
Where's that?
Your horny goats that you have in Wales. You got to be careful if you're camping with those around.
It's not the goats that are horny. It's the two-legged variety of human beings that tend to go. Yeah.
Especially you got to watch out if you take some of Rob's homebrew with you.
Oh, well, as they say in Wales, where men are men and sheep are scared.
Well,
we had to throw some Kiwi and Welsh into that.
Ja, I forskjellige hastigheter, og det hender seg også at det stopper opp og står.
Ja, på Vårhus er det i grend lenger bort der. En Åge skulle vege og kjøre tømmer ned på elven der en kveld med snøskutere, så jeg skulle være følge og hjelpe jeg også. Og der fikk jeg se det kom i lys ifra sø.
Og det var cirka 30 varmegrader i sola den dagen, og helt klår himmel, og da så vi som en sylinder over fjellet her.
Jeg kjørte opp med bussen om morgenen når hun var
It's all Dutch to me.
Oppover her, Hessdalslia, innover mot Hessdalen fra Åren da, her.
Yeah, the thing is, Paul,
bussen, og så, når jeg kom nesten opp på toppen, så fikk jeg da se at det kom en lysende gjenstand. Det var jo på våren det her, men det var liksom en liten solgang, så at jeg så det glinsa i metallene på der fartøyet, eller sånt. Blinkende strøs.
Robert, you're breaking up. I think you need to drop in and out again, mate.
Okay.
There's something crazy going on with your audio again. I don't think it was just me, so we'll just get this UFO sheet run across the screen while we wait. Brrr. Yes, it would be good to see what a lot of these people see, but I think you got to be in the 1%ers just to be that lucky, right? For abductions, they'll come to you rather than you go to them. That's why I think CE5 is a bunch of BS myself, and if they're interested in you, or somehow they're keeping an eye on us and they come and visit. That's the thing, isn't it?
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I'll just keep.
Sound okay now?
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. You're not cutting out. Okay. So what were you saying before, as well?
Oh, I don't know. Where was I?
I can't remember because it was all cutting out, so I can't help you. Anyone on the side here, what are you saying? Maybe it was better on Google than my end, I don't know. Yeah, so Susan's managed to find some sheep. Next year, be putting a Kiwi icon next to him. And doing the sheep jokes for Kiwis. Okay.
Plutselig så kommer det en gjenstand. Da sto jeg og beskuet den det på ca. 300 meters avstand. Sølv metallic, hadde et blinkende rødt lys fremme. Og så var det to blanke lys som stod lodret oppå hverandre bak.
Louder than the people talking.
Det var formet omtrent som pistolkule på en 9mm pistol.
Hey, the bullet-shaped UFOs.
A small group of enthusiasts from UFO organizations in Norway and Sweden conducted the first investigations,
that sounds like the ghost
partly
rockets,
supported from a university and with equipment from the military. Electromagnetic measuring equipment, low-frequency radio receivers, cameras and radar were mounted on a proper site with a good overview. Would it be possible to capture the phenomenon with this equipment? If so, this would be the evidence many were waiting for. And in the first winter in 1984, 53 observations were made during a month.
And I'm impressed with Hessdalen itself, because Hessdalen is really a UFO laboratory. It's a place where things are happening and where things can be studied.
Well, once we used a laser to point to the phenomenon when it showed up, and it reacted. Well, it was at that time a flashing light, and when
that's what you need on this smartphone.
to it, it changed the flashing frequency. It doubled the flashing frequency, and we took it down again, and it went back to regular flashing. And we did this test 9 times, and in 8 of those 9 times, it changed the flashing frequency.
During the 1990s, the frequency of observations slowly decreased. In the early 80s, 20 observations would be made in a week. 20 to 30 are now made per year. In 1994, Erling Strand and his colleagues organized the first international conference on the phenomenon in Hessdalen. Leading scientists arrived from 8 countries, including the USA, Russia and Japan. The theories suggesting that the Hessdalen phenomena are generated by reflections from car lights, trains, or that they are in some way connected to TV and radio transmitters are put to rest once and for all. This conference had one important consequence, that the phenomenon is now treated with more respect, and for the population in the Hessdalen Valley, this is a great relief.
I think that this fact very important in the future, especially in the practice. For example, you can.
When I looked into this, I believe it happens generally in a valley.
That's right.
Happens in over one particular city. I can't remember what the name of it. I suppose it's Hessdalen, but yeah, it doesn't sort of happen outside that region. Although there have been other UFO sighting, the lights are generally.
Which makes you think that it's something in the geography that's creating it.
Yeah, it's got a river running. Yeah, it's got a river running down the middle, which can generate, as you know, you can get electrical charge from running water over certain metals.
Yes.
But there was also a certain...
Hold on a second, Paul. Yeah, hold on a second, Paul. That guy said he pointed a laser at the thing and it reacted to that. Now, that's not a natural phenomenon. That is kind of suggesting
it can
an
be,
intelligence.
Though.
Eh?
It can be, because you're pushing energy towards... You're pushing energy towards energy. You might be pushing like a positive field when the object's highly charged negative, and it pushes it away. You see. So that could give the misleading impression that it's artificial intelligence, when it really is repelling, when it's repelling charges. Because you're talking about electromagnetic energy here, so
it's like my mate's like a bit of a man of science. I think he done molecular biology, but he's really good with science and all that stuff. And he was looking at this levitating moon lamp last night, and he says, "Why don't you shine your laser at that and see how it reacts?" And because that's the way his mind works. So I can see where you're coming from. There was no way I was going to do that. I just paid £100 for it.
Go bush into a puff of smoke.
Yeah,
Christmas present gone.
Destroy the damn thing just to please Dave.
I'll tell you what, I used to do experiments like that, and I did destroy lots of stuff in my research.
There you go,
So I always bought 2 of everything. Like I bought this little synthesizer that I opened up and wired up connections onto it. Well, I kept an original one. I modified the other one, but and then eventually, once you're done with it, you throw it in the bin. But yeah, you're talking about hundreds of dollars. Back then, I was earning good money because I was on shift work, and it didn't really matter to me too much money. But anyway, I did look at this, and there's a certain element that's only found in those mountain ranges. I think it was radioactive, and the piezoelectric effect. It can generate plasma. I'd have to go back to my episode to try and find it, but I think.
I'm not convinced at all, Paul, that it's all UFO activity. But as you said, as you mentioned earlier, we could be dealing with multiple events going on here.
I think so. I think UFOs are probably interested as much as we are. Why is it not coming up? I was just trying to find the episode. I tried to find footage. It was really hard to find the footage. Where's all the videos disappeared to? Just refresh it. Just make sure it's loading right. Yep, there's all the other videos. That's the problem with Cacheing. Hessdalen, is it A-S-S?
No, it's Hessdalen. Hessdalen. Hessdalen lights.
A-D, did you say?
Hessdalen.
It doesn't sound right. Let me just check that.
Oh, Paul, I know my spelling.
Hessdalen. I thought there was something in between the D and the... Let me just see. Is it right now? Well, let's see if it comes up in the searches. Oh. And that didn't do it, did it? Let's do it again.
Paul, you spelt it wrong. Even after I've told you.
Have I spelled it wrong? Hessdalen.
Yeah. Go back to the D.
I haven't.
Go back to the D. Go back to the D.
Let me just see. Something come up there. Today's show come up. Hess. D. Yeah.
A.
No, it's not.
L-E-N. L.
You said E. A-L.
Oh, no, Paul. I don't know what's wrong with you today, man. What a bloody holics you're making of this.
I had the correct spelling because I've seen it on Discord.
No,
you posted
never.
it.
You used 2 E's in there. Oh, Jesus. Man, I give up.
Look.
Is anywhere I can buy some patience?
Look, your spelling on today's show. If we go to here.
Hessdalen. Horlicks, you're making
hang on, look. This is the spelling because I've seen it on Discord.
No, you use two E's in there. Oh, Jesus.
No, this is a cut and paste from you from last night. I just cut and pasted it and added numbers on front.
Oh, well, I must have made the typo.
So, yeah. So, I thought it didn't look quite right.
Anyway, never mind the old episode now.
How did they spell it here? No, they spelled it that way. Look, it's spelled correctly.
Yeah, that's right. Hessdalen.
Oh, you switched the E and the A around yourself then, isn't it? Yeah, you switched. Yeah, and you blame me. You're dyslexic.
No, but I just told you how to spell it, and you completely ignored me.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the Discord spelling.
You shouldn't look at the Discord spelling. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, let's... I should have just cut and pasted it from that other page anyway.
No one's going to go back and watch an old episode anyway, Paul.
Oh, look, I spelled it right, didn't I? And you spelled it wrong. That's why you confused me.
No, that's the Sunday Live with me, so that's...
No, this isn't 188. This is the one I did. Remember, back in those days, I did Sundays and you did Saturdays.
Oh, did you used to do a Sunday, did you?
Yeah, okay, we switched it, remember? But there was, I was talking about a chemical. I can't remember what the chemical was now. Which could create the plasma ball lightning with the water running down the valley. Some said it was like a battery, but I don't think so. Hessdalen, D-E-A-L-N, is it?
So you've done it again.
Have I spelled it wrong again? See, that's embedded in my mind now.
My God, you've got a flaming F in there now.
Oh, look, you can see, I can't see. Okay. Hessdalen. This small print, I should do it on the other screen, but anyway.
Leave it. That's right.
I don't think Susan's done any chapters for that one, unfortunately, but so that's talking about my breakdown on it, which I don't want to go over today, but let's see if I can find out.
Man.
So we got to correct your spelling, didn't we? After the show.
Not now. Don't do it now. You can do that later.
I just want to see what I said. Did I actually put any clues here? Plasma, force field, Chinese spy, and space race. Hessdalen, Norway, and ghost rockets, Sweden, including Marfa+Lights. Ah, right, that's spelled wrong, is it? You spell it TH, I spell it with an FA. What's correct? Is it Marfa or Marfa? So maybe I got a typo. P in there. Marfa+Lights, is it H or F? Is it spelled Marfa? Or do some people spell it that way? Marfa. Yeah, it's spelled Marfa, city. You spelled it, and your thing is TH.
What?
Oh, don't tell me that's wrong as well. Marfa is Arabic. Yeah, so you spelled it wrong.
As far as I know, Marfa is M-A-R-F-A.
Yeah, but in your thing that you posted on Discord, you got T-H-A.
Have I? Doesn't matter. That was about 2 in the morning.
So lots of typos there, and I thought it was spelled wrong. I think we're going to have to correct that in the hidden as well. But anyway.
Yeah.
I was trying to find if I had written down any clues there, but I haven't, unfortunately. But it, I did find up some scientific stuff here, I think. Ionized gas, that's the same as Skinwalker Ranch almost, when sulfuric fumes from river Hessdalen react with humid air, forming a ball of light. So this is another good science guy's theory on it. But anyway, we won't go there. You can just watch it after the show if you want to. I can correct the spelling, I think, on the fly, though.
Do you want to do you want to finish with this video now, Paul? Because it's pretty horrible once you change the pitch and that. So we can just move on.
That's not too bad.
Using this phenomenon
They're
like
different language anyway.
A pure energy.
Research in Hessdalen enters a new phase that was to prove historic. Supported by the Østfold University, the world's first 24/7 observatory for light phenomena is established in Hessdalen. Radar and instruments for measuring electromagnetic noises run continuously, along with video recorders that are activated as soon as unusual aerial movements are detected. Each minute, the still cameras shoot overviews covering the valley and upload it to the internet. Several observations of the phenomenon have been obtained from these cameras all year round. But what about the video cameras? After a year's tense wait, it finally happens. The Hessdalen phenomenon is caught on camera.
Okay, first video of
the Hessdalen municipality has seen the light phenomena in Hessdalen, and the community take it serious. And
yeah, corrected the spelling. But they're not proving that's actually a light, not a plane or anything, are they? Though. And what's that down here? What's this down here? Down the bottom, looks like campsites or something, is it?
Yeah, it's not lens flare, is it? No, it can't be. It's moving.
Yeah, but what's all this down here?
We want the scientists to be serious and try to find out what the light phenomena is.
Susan's been to Marfa Land. Well, you live in Texas, yeah, well, so you should.
She's in Texas, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
But did you manage to catch one?
I think she got a glimpse of she got a glimpse of some lights. Maybe a month or so ago, I remember seeing something on the side chat.
Yeah, she needs to catch it on video for us. But yeah, a lot of skeptics out there think it's just car headlights on a particular highway there and atmospherics. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would want a super fast drone, right? Like UFO Radio's gone zoom towards it and see if it can capture it, right? But they reckon as soon as you get close to it, they suddenly disappear. But that might be because of atmospherics, you know, because of the lens in effect. And of course, you go into the atmosphere where it's meant to be, suddenly it's disappeared, right? So
outside Bologna, the huge antennas are aimed at the stars. The scientists here are scanning the universe for sign of life. Conducted by the SETI program, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. After becoming aware of the Hessdalen phenomenon, the Italian scientists traveled to Hessdalen and had their own experience. From then on, they have supplied the Norwegian research team with valuable support. The signals are received and analyzed at the Bologna Radio Astronomy Center.
The data collected inside the blue box in Hessdalen.
How to go through a forest. I remember that old paper.
Is sent every day automatically inside our server.
So far, many interesting radar readings have been received from the lights, while photos have been taken simultaneously from the Norwegian observatory. In this way, data have been confirmed.
This phenomena appear in several parts around the world, also in Italy, in Australia, USA, Thailand, and so on. So many parts of the world is interested in this kind of phenomena.
This phenomena could give us information about some kind of unknown.
See, if your name was Goofon Rob by now, you'd have like $80 in donations.
Need to be unknown
as well.
Phenomena need to be investigated.
A new container with more advanced instrumentation is being assembled in Italy and will soon be placed
near
the top
more
of
shite
on
our channel.
This cooperation between the Østfold University and the Italians is an important incentive to research, now producing new amazing results.
Vi så da sydover I dalen her, og midt på natta, sånn ved 2-3-tida, så begynte det å skje ting.
3 a.m.
Det som hendte da, var det at det så ut som det var et slags tett objekt. Det ser ut som kall det metallisk sky, som plutselig oppstod på et sted.
Like a metallic cloud.
See, that kind of sounds like, you know, the solar winds on the atmosphere almost. Happens at a certain time at night. Yeah. I don't know. Kind of strange.
Og 5 ganger så klarte vi å ta bilder av akkurat dette skjedde. Og det siste som skjedde med den metalliske skyen, det var på størrelse med en låve. Rett etter det så stoppet den ildmørja lyset. I det her skjedde, at den traff tretoppen der borte, så kom det ut en blå, spiralerende lysstrek. Den her blå lysstrålen, den treffer da toppen på et tre der borte. Og med en gang den treffer det, rett etterpå det, så forandrer den
bølgelengden. Spinning screw going around this way, but that's exactly like a 3-dimensional sine wave, right?
Yeah, but after the impact, it changes its spiral movement.
Well, of course, the energy shifts, right? The frequency changes. You can see it's very tight here. It's almost like a visible sound wave, almost. Well, not a sine wave is a longitudinal wave. What would you say? It's almost like a visible X-ray or something, you know?
Well, it's certainly not something we fully understand, is it?
But again, they're taking this on 1/16 exposure, I suppose. They haven't actually said how they're filming it. Which is like long exposure, though, you know.
The results of the first 4 years of studies in cooperation with the Italians conclude that the phenomenon is identified as a bright flying object with special characteristics making it unique to science. The phenomenon is more complex and diverse than expected, indicating more than one single kind of phenomenon. The phenomenon is sometimes made up of separate units that may depart and fly away.
Yep.
The speed varies from still to 8 kilometers per second. The phenomenon changes course in speeds indicating no mass by physical means. The phenomenon seems to be able to take on pieces of plasma or energy from the ground while passing by. The phenomenon seems to radiate energy due to the light and frequent change of color. Many interesting spectra in the optical and radio frequency range have been detected, but more data is needed to draw proper conclusions. These scientific data are
almost looks like a hand with fingers.
We are dealing with a real existing phenomenon that can be observed and studied, even though this is difficult. The appearance of the phenomenon does not seem to follow any fixed patterns.
Yeah.
In 2007, a large group of international scientists visited Hessdalen as a part of a conference organized
Hang on. I can't quite hear you. Yep.
There's one thing that bothers me about this. Why was, if this was an environmental thing, if it was something to do with the geology of that particular area, you'd think it would be consistent, wouldn't you? And then you'd be able to repeat the experiment scientifically and surely come to some conclusion. But it doesn't work like that.
No, but what an environment triggers it?
Wait there, Paul, let me finish, please. Let me finish. Yeah? It goes away for long periods of time, as in for years, where there's almost nothing sighted, and then boom, it's back. And then it's consistent for a period of time before it disappears without trace again.
But so that sounds like it's natural. That
doesn't sound natural, Paul.
It
doesn't sound natural.
We're spinning around in 3D space, and we're going around the sun, It probably might be related to the position that we are angled towards the sun.
Paul, well, spinning, traveling at whatever it is, 12,000 miles through the universe. Yeah, but I'm still sitting in the same place, aren't I? It's not throwing me all over the shop, no?
That's because it's due to local velocity. So you're actually spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour. You just don't know it.
If it's not consistent.
If the Earth was suddenly stopped, you'd be smacked to a side of a mountain or something like that, right? You'd be vaporized.
That's not going to happen.
You don't know if the world's going to suddenly stop spinning. If there's a large impact that could stop it, we would all go flying.
No, I think I make a good point there. Why does it come and go? If it was geological, it would be consistent.
Yeah, but it's also related to the energy from the sun, probably, and heating of the environment, all that sort of stuff.
Well, if that was the case, Paul, by now they should have established a pattern.
But you could say that with climate change, or would you believe they've got it solved? I don't think so. You see what I mean? It depends how long you start. How long the pattern
climate change as well.
It depends how long the pattern cycle is, whether you can actually see something, and predict it. But like they do now with satellites and weather patterns, they can predict what's going to happen. They can tell you pretty accurately now what the temperature's going to be throughout the day, and wind speeds and all that sort of stuff. But science, as it collects more data and creates more self-learning systems, not linked to Skynet, of course, and robots, but will be able to give us better prediction models.
Yeah,
but I think even the experts agree. I think most of the experts agree that study this, that it's something natural, but not all of them can be explained as normal lights, which means there's multiple events happening.
Going back again to multiple phenomena, there could be someone up there, something maybe alien that's quite interested in what's going on there as well. And it leads to a confusing situation.
Yeah.
But we should have been able to resolve this by now if it is natural. I know there's plenty of concepts being put forward as to what it is, but nothing really seems to fit the bill, does it? But I'm more inclined to think that most of what's going on there is some kind of natural phenomenon rather than alien. I think that's the more logical conclusion to come to be honest.
If it was alien, I think we'd be seeing this all around the world in the same sort of manner as what they're recording there. But
why would they focus there?
Yeah, why would aliens just be in one valley? Unless it's like an energy collecting spot, or some of the people out there would say, like Sedona, right? But anyway, just carry on.
Society for Scientific Exploration.
They're unpredictable whenever they arise. They're different shapes, different sizes, different intensities, and different durations. And so it's quite a curious phenomenon.
We have no explanation as to the cause at this time, and that's why it's a good scientific subject.
Whether it is, as some people think, Earth-light, of geological origin, but I don't believe so from what I see as observations. I think it's much more complex.
Hovedpoenget med utstyret her jo å detektere noe som spesielt med Hessdalsfenomenet. Du leter jo etter noe annet som skiller dette lyset fra alt mulig annet. Så den første her, det kamerasystemet her, det tar bilder med veldig lang åpningstid, pluss at det har en spektralviser foran. Så vi kan få se et optisk spekter, og på fingeravtrykket til fenomenet.
What's all that crackling noise?
Så du det? Ja, se der det. Der er det. Der er det. Siste ute. Der ja. Hei, det beveger seg. Hei, sjekk. Vi har hatt et lysfenomen I peiling 312 grader.
Alright, they're playing bits recorded sound waves, not electromagnetic waves into sound.
This spectacular picture was shot from along the mountain, approximately in 1,000 meters altitude towards west, and it's.
You can see the old technology they've got in the background here, and some of these older laptops. So, yeah, what year was this? 2012. So that's what it looks like. It looks like one of those early laptops here.
Started to happen. Then we suddenly had a lot of flashes in the valley, and then some huge lights that suddenly turned out and moved with very high speed north-south in the valley. And one spectacular happening was 1 minute before 10 in the evening.
TR3B. No. Oh, that's a strange one. That almost looked like fireworks.
Yeah, that was an odd one, that, wasn't it?
Yeah. One of my schoolmates was from New Zealand. G'day, mate. No, that's Australia. And he moved back just before I got expelled from school. Oh, you a bad boy. Good people, good allies. You got a friend in me over in the kingdom without their channel. Yep, and we got a Kiwi emoji too. And this one here is the latest add-on. So when we get 5 more members, we're about to make another one. Kiwi. We don't have many Australians join us here, unfortunately. I don't know why. Maybe they haven't found me still. JD found me. I'm not sure how he found me, actually. We have to ask him. He's up in Auckland.
We had a big light that started out and moved very quickly north and south and gave us this very, very impressive picture, which possibly is the best picture ever taken of the Hessdalen phenomenon. The exposure time was 30 seconds. So we see that the Hessdalen phenomenon moves from starts up here and moves
30 seconds,
down
so that's
and then
long
goes
exposure,
up
right?
again. The distance here, it's approximately.
So when they say 30 seconds, that means the shutter's open for 30 seconds. So it's going
from 10 to 15 kilometers, the distance it has covered. And the camera has an optical grating in front of the lens, and this grating make this optical spectrum.
Someone's having a shower next door if you hear
One thing
that.
that is that surprises us with this spectrum is that it's continuous. The colors goes directly over in the other color here.
So at least they got a spectral light
analysis
going
which
at the same
will
time.
give us a signal that we have a gas that is burning. This looks like an optical spectrum from a solid object because molecular optical bands have very, very narrow lines.
The Hessdalen phenomenon is alive. The scientists claim to be on the verge of a revolution within physics.
We know there is a lot of energy in it. We have a lot of data, or some indication on the power. And if we find out what this power is coming from, maybe we can use that power for the mankind.
Not if it only lasts a few seconds, like 30 seconds. I suppose that's the end of the doco, is it?
Yeah. Well, they've got some unusual mineral deposits in that part of the world, haven't they?
Yeah, I pointed it out in the episode of mine. If you want to watch it.
Yeah, something called scandium.
That's the one. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, that's what I talk about.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's possibly a combustion involving hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium.
Yeah, I think I'll break it down.
Which is a direct result of this scandium that's found there, but is quite uncommon in other parts of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. So another things that have been suggested that the lights are formed by a cluster of macroscopic column crystals in a plasma produced by ionization of air and thus by alpha particles during radon decay in the dusty atmosphere. Jesus, do you know what I mean? But they just can't make their mind up.
It could be like because it's blowing down the valley and the wind, right?
Yeah,
it's taking it from the top soil and going to the air there, and because that's why it might be intermittent, like you said. Sometimes it doesn't always happen. It might be just the right type of humidity and wind direction and wind gust, and maybe with global warming, as they call it, maybe also affecting it as well. But it just takes the right amount of microwave energy to split an atom, maybe a dust particle, and it creates this suddenly explosion of light, which then fizzles out like a skyrocket, right? And makes all that funny spiral pattern, like a fizzy rocket's going off, right? But I think I do cover some of that in the live show, even though I don't think many people watched it. But that's what I couldn't remember what it was called, and you just brought it up and it jogged my memory then.
Yeah.
But like I said, the cigar-shaped UFOs they talked about and the bullet-shaped UFOs doesn't fit these particular lights. So I think they're actually some other craft, whether they're alien or Black Ops. It's more likely to be some alien craft, though.
Maybe so. I mean, like things like St. Elmo's fire. We managed to explain that fairly quickly, didn't we? It's have you ever heard of the Alea ghost lights in Bengal?
Seems to ring a bell.
Yeah.
Whereabouts is that located?
Yeah, I'd actually forgotten about that. It just came up in my head now. So that'd be interesting to maybe have a little look at that another occasion anyway. So where are we now? Should we move? I'm sure Susan would like to hear a bit about the Marfa-Lights.
Yep. She said she actually videotaped it, but it's probably not very good, I guess.
No, but they
all right, that's a mission for Susan for next Sunday. She's going out on a road trip. Okay, we're going to win Lotto, and we're going to afford to better come over there and go and see Marfa-Lights together and try and document it. Anyway, we should say that because apparently the Blake Cousins is listening to all my ideas here, and they're making a Dream Team panel UFO bus now, and they're going to go out there and try and document it. So what's next?
Okay, we'll move on to the Marfa-Lights. I don't know how much time we've got left.
Okay,
show that.
Yeah, I clicked show as well. I wasn't sure if anyone was modern.
The Lion's Crown sounds like a proper piece of Dutch. Yeah, you fucking. Well, whoops.
Yeah.
You got that one right, pal.
Oh, Spanish. He's meant to be Spanish, but Spanish Dutch. Call it whatever you like.
I don't know. Idiots are universal anyway.
Yeah. Either you are for the truth or you're not. Like I said, if anyone paid me $500 every month for 10 months, I would certainly be bragging about it and saying we need more people like this. And it would be good to have someone like Bigelow to give us like $1 million a month. Imagine that. Imagine what we could do with that kind of buying power. We could actually get a team of real good people together and equipment and do a proper TV show and live UFO investigations. Because people talk about, what kind of experience you had? You've been outside of a camera? But you can walk the streets and see UFOs, and you can actually be approached by paranormal as well as stuff. You don't have to go and look for it. It'll come to you, some of it, So, yeah. Marfa+Lights, we got a link here.
Yeah.
Yes. The only way in UFO field is to be totally honest and truthful and not hide stuff. And if you can get that group of people together, that's the positive thing in the field. Can only go forward. If people want to defend Tyler Klotner's and the third phase of the moon and all the other nonsense out there, they're not going to get any answers to the UFO stuff.
Well, the only people that defend them, people are the people, you know, once you've been sucked in by someone,
what's happening here?
And you believe entirely, it almost becomes like a religion then. And anybody attacking your belief system then, you know, look out, because there's going to be a backlash, because they can't bear the thought that for years they've been hoodwinked. So they'll continue to defend that person until maybe one day they'll just realize they've been had. But it's very difficult to part someone. You imagine, you know, for years somebody believed in Tyler Glockner. He was like a figurehead of God to those poor following fans. Everything he said, they believed. Every video he put up, it had to be real. It had to be a UFO. Tyler wouldn't have put it up otherwise. And then he gets attacked by people like us. And then there's going to be a reaction. There's going to be a pushback. And we've had plenty of that. I think we've had a couple of death threats on occasions. But, you know, I mean, honestly, where's your critical thinking? Where's it gone when you can follow someone like that? And I mean, it's absolutely clear. But ufology is a minefield, you see. When you first go into this, you type in UFO on the website, you Google UFO, and yeah, you want to see a UFO, a video UFO. Oh, God, that's the worst thing you can do. Type in UFO into YouTube, because you are going to see 99.9% bullshit.
Third phase of the moon. Actually, they're delisted a wee bit. It's all Pentagon UFO and pilot stuff at the moment.
It's not all third phase, and it's not all security. And there's
let's see what comes up in the first 10. Let's just do that example and see what comes up. UFO. This is Google generic search.
Yeah, and then you've gone down a bunny hole. An awful place to be, really, because you end up confused.
Okay, so videos. Boom. Let's see what we get for the first 10. Infamous 2000. Here we go. Nimitz, pilot, Russian hunters. World News, BBC, there you go. It's all going to be mainstream media. This is why YouTube was set up, to get away from all this garbage. Russian UFOs, UFO Pororio. I'm not sure how you say that one. New Zealand. Some of the Kiwi Maori words are tricky. Poriora. Grey wood spots. So yeah, you can see it's all New Zealand Herald, Australian News. It's this first 10 searches. It's all websites inside. It's not actually videos. It's the videos on their pages. UK Rag, National Enquirer. Next page, New Zealand Hub, Guardian, and so on. It's all the news channels still. Third page. Finally, a YouTube. Renison Forest nonsense, which is old, but someone's put it up 4 days ago.
So yeah, like another thing with third phase and ST10, they've got what I'd call a kind of a cult following.
Yeah.
You know, and it's so it's actually bloody dangerous, you know, Paul.
Mm.
I mean, remember Heaven's Gate?
Mm. That's right.
Or Hell's Gate, that it should really be called. I mean, if I'm sure out of Tyler's 2.2 million fans, if he was going to tell them all to commit suicide, and
not me,
they'd be taken away to a better world in the UFO the next day, I'm sure some of those people would have followed through.
So there you go. I search for my channel. All those words should be all in the first search. All those words, the Out There channel. And if I put it in quotes, it should come up, because that means we're looking for that particular phrase. Let's see what comes up. And sure enough, it brought up my channel if you put it in quotes. But if you don't put it in quotes, it comes up with all news channels and things. So the best and much watch. So it's come up with a playlist of all things as the first link there. So that's all right. The best and must watch ones. That would be really good.
Yeah,
to be
but
at
I'm
the
not
top.
sure if
and guess what's the next? Yeah, but look who's the next one.
Yeah, security.
Which is again, that's mine, but it's on m.youtube, whatever that is, playlist. All right, so there's another playlist. Let's just click it, see where it goes. So Google's not that bad. Oh yeah, it's my playlist. There you go. But I don't know what m.youtube is. Is that some sort of new subdomain they're using? But there you go, people. That's the two best playlists at the top of the page. And if you search it right, it does come up. I was just about to show you that my page was suppressed, but maybe they're not suppressing it as much as they used to now. But these are all my episodes. A lot of my episodes here. Yep, looks like mine. Death of Ufologists, another good episode that's worth watching. Why does everyone pick on security? Yeah, you bully there, Robert. You bully. Hey, what's the next one? The Out There channel funny, introduction.
No, yeah, Bird has just said that. Who's the Scouser on the interview? I'm a Scouser. Oh, come on, Bird. You must know I'm not a proper Scouser. I'm from North Wales, Holyhead. You're probably quite well aware of Holyhead. It's the main crossing to Dublin.
And Rob's a bit of a hothead. Holyhead with a hothead. But here is a good one. Here, the military weird space badges. If you've not seen that one, that's a pretty good one too. Let's see. If you copy the link, it actually goes to a great big long Google link, doesn't it? They reckon a lot of these badges were jokes and things, but somehow I doubt that. And some guy reckons he's never seen that on a particular army badge. Doesn't mean that he's in the right area, though, does it? The badges. But yeah, my stuff's out there. It's just that no one's searching and watching it. But they just don't know how to get to it. Obviously, if they knew the Out There channel, they'd be searching and watching the stuff. Anyway, we better get on with the Marfa-Lights, I guess.
Oh, yeah, sure. But I was just going to say, if you type in Sunday Live UFO cases, yeah, you'll get a lot more hits.
Sunday
Live. I have no idea why.
All right, okay.
Sunday Live UFO cases.
Sunday Live sounds like a news channel, you see. That's probably why. Tyler dead now. Well, I don't think so. His channel may not be able to recover like it used to, but you'll still have the hardcore followers, right?
Yeah, and it's not only that. You've got people like UFO Jesus trying to help him out.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
found it on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw that
so,
too.
So I posted it to UFO Jesus, and he got back to me, and his excuse was,
Yep.
But I'm trying to grow. I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we know what you're up to, mate.
Yeah, where's your models gone? So I just said to him, "Oh, so models before money." Sorry, money before models, even. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, this field, sometimes it's so annoying, it's so frustrating, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a war of the worlds, I'm afraid. It's just going to keep on going and going, and I think it's going to take at least 20, 30 years for ufology to heal from the damage that the Cousin Bros, Goof on Radio, and Tyler has been doing out there, plus UFO Man as well. So let's kick this off.
The bizarre Marfa lights of Texas, perhaps the most haunting and mystifying UFO phenomenon ever.
Yeah, there you go, Susan. Was that one of the pictures? Because that looks fake. So I don't know. Looks like a rendering of some sorts. Let's just select the rest of it here. I've actually got an episode up on the Marfa lights. It's one of my first episodes almost, I think. Alright, some more after it. Okay, we'll just grab that. It seems to go super fast scroll for some reason. Stop. Here we go.
While there are plenty of singular UFO sightings that have enough witnesses or striking details to make the newspaper headlines in local publications, the most compelling and haunting UFO sightings are the ones that happen en masse. Dozens of witnesses may report seeing the same thing, all across a single area. Military personnel, civilians, amateur sky-watching enthusiasts, and everyone in between have all been recorded as seeing such mass sightings over the years. Perhaps the most famous of these sightings occurred in Phoenix, Arizona 23 years ago, during which thousands of people saw the same eerie cluster of lights in the sky. An explanation still hasn't been released regarding this event, but those who saw it will never forget it, that much is for sure. The Phoenix sightings are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to UFO sightings, however. Perhaps the most interesting of them all are clusters of sightings that have long been forgotten due to a lack of media attention, the remote location of these sightings, or any other number of factors. Some of these sightings have even continued on a month-to-month, year-to-year, and even generation-to-generation basis, and even despite that, a clear answer to what has been occurring has still not been found. As far as unique mass sightings go, there are perhaps none more interesting than the infamous Marfa lights, or ghost lights, spotted in Texas that have mystified local UFO and paranormal enthusiasts for generations. The renowned Marfa lights of Texas. Of all the UFO sightings I've witnessed in documentaries over the years, perhaps none stands out more than the Marfa lights. These lights are a bit different from traditional UFO sightings, but fascinating nonetheless. They typically appear as mysterious glowing orbs in the desert outside the West Texas town of Marfa, and are varyingly described as white, blue, yellow, red, or other colors. They are oftentimes reported to be the mere size of basketballs, but despite that, they continue to be seen clearly by local residents. They also are known for dizzying maneuvers in the sky, incapable of traditional aircraft, or even many of the UFOs that have been witnessed over the years. The Marfa lights hover, merge, twinkle, split into two, flicker, float up into the air, or dart quickly across Mitchell Flat, the area east of the town where they are most commonly reported, according to a report from LiveScience.com. While the lights are commonly seen, there seems to be no way to predict when these lights will come back, or if they even really exist at all. Perhaps they are a sign of visitors from a parallel dimension? One thing's for sure, something is going on, because the lights have been spotted for 135 years in the night sky, and they have made the town famous for UFO watchers across the country. An amazing interactive photo gallery of the lights from BBC News can...
Yep.
Yeah, you see how long these go back, 135 years, that's before there was cars.
Yes, that's campfires.
Yeah, and I'm sure if they go back 135 years, that would be the last documented case. I'm sure they've been around a lot longer than that as well, you know. So I don't know.
Indian
Is this another case of you know, some geological anomalies that could be there that isn't particularly anywhere else. But
what's unique to Texas?
That's unique to Texas. But from my little investigation that I've done on this, I can't find anything unique that's there that should be causing this phenomenon, you know?
Oil, natural gas leaks from this ground.
Oh, good God, oil can be found in all kinds of places where there's no strange activity, Paul.
It has got some unique features in Texas, and so that's oil.
Okay.
Yeah. And gas, and of course, if that ignites, it's going to create a ball of light in the sky, like an explosion, I guess. But yeah, it's the sort of thing that needs to be investigated, doesn't it? No. But that's what a lot of skeptics will probably say, without actually going to investigate it, right? So try and pin it down.
I did come across one report that I think it was a family, and that they were kind of invaded by these balls of light, which followed them all the way home. And when they stopped, the light stopped. When he carried walking, the lights kept following. And they were in a pretty panicked state because they didn't know what these things were. Now, I don't know how many cases of that ilk there are. If there was many cases like that, then you'd have to think, hold on, something else is going on here. This isn't a natural phenomenon.
Could be atmospheric there.
Yeah.
What's causing the light source, though, is not known. But yeah, there's earth lights and there's all sorts of possibilities here. They don't get earthquakes there, though, do they?
You know, when you mention atmospherics, it always reminds me of the old temperature inversion flaming debunk for UFOs that's been, oh my God, Blue Book used it time and time again.
Hey, look at that, where subs are going up all the time. And what did Goofon says, we haven't had subs for months. I don't know if you ever watched his live stream yesterday, but it was actually a really trashy, full of lies and slander against me and our channel. The reason is our subs were stalled just because Google was mucking around with it. Because I showed you a print last night where the main stats haven't even been updated since 2360. And yet you can see this is almost up to 2080. And I bet if we go back to my page, it still says 2360. Let's just have a quick look at that. Because I was saying, look, what does this tell you? Google is mucking around my stats on purpose. Now, if you go to my page, it should always have like the public counter. Terribly slow though. Yeah, I'm on faster internet now. Right, Hessdalen lights. So there's that 30-second exposure one actually on the thumbnail. Yeah, so it should say on the page here. Or on each of the videos actually too. There, alright, it's updated. And it's almost up to 80 now. Finally updated. Maybe they fixed the stats for me because I put a feedback in saying how can this be like 10 plus subs out all the time. This system's not very good. They got some bugs, major bugs at Google. But yeah, Marfa lights. I did do. Oh, I was going to leave that open. I did actually do an episode with some actually Marfa lights filmed, which I can play back here, because it was like shared footage. Let's see if I can find it again. I think it's like episode 10 or something like that. It's episode 8. I know one I had to edit out something because like after 5 years I suddenly got a copyright claim on it, and I thought, well, stuff this, I'll just take it out. I think it was for Destination Truth. I think it must be that same episode actually. Lights. What did I say? Earth lights. Yeah, it was that one. I had to deface it, but I got the full episode on BitChute. Ghost Lights. Was that the one? Episode 4. See, I told you it was a really early one. So let's just bring that up. And I think I've got some Marfa+Lights in this one. Let me just go back to the beginning here a wee bit. It's not very long, it's only 3 minutes. UFOs, natural or alien? Here is a picture of UFOs over a mountain range. Some say these are earth lights created around fault lines and earthquake zones. Energy plasma balls produced from under the ground. Here's some information on Marfa+Lights and techniques. You can see how we've progressed from the early days. As car headlights, but I'm not too sure about that. If you okay, here's Marfa+Lights video here. You can just see them coming in. Have reported such lights for many, many years. So the whites, red, yellow. Forest lights and spirit lights, as they would call them. See, it almost looks like it's burning like a candle, right?
Yes. Yeah. Kind of looks like a Chinese lantern, to be honest.
Reflecting off. So yeah, some are saying it's like car lights. But your car lights are not going to be red at the front, are they? So they have to be rear lights where you're braking all the time. I suppose that's what could cause the flashing. Atmospherics, where it looks like it's higher above the ground when it's actually from the ground. But you said it's been happening for 130 years.
Well, 135 years it said there, but I'm sure it's been happening longer than that.
This one's on thermal camera, which they said the color range wasn't programmed into the software, so this one was a really strange one. What show was it?
Yeah, just pause it there for a second.
Hang on, let me
Susan.
Let me just get to the next one. Whereabouts was it?
Okay.
This one here. Oh, here we go. Paranatural Season 1, Episode 2. Go and check up that. Doesn't matter that I put fair use on. These companies still trying to get you to take down a couple of seconds of footage from the show. But yeah, go and dig up that episode and go and watch it. And you can see here, this is on thermal, just above a forest. This comes from the trees, like the ghost lights, and it just bounces around. And then it shoots off. It disappears. And then there was Destination Truth, which I had to cut out here, and there's only a couple of stills I could include. But they played it made a really crazy sound on the mics. It was going kind of a bit like they're trying to play back on that Norway episode, but they were picking it up on the microphone, parabolic microphone. And this light, actually, they chased through a tunnel underground. I think it was it somewhere in South America or Mexico or somewhere like that? I can't remember now. But that was on Destination Truth. I used to put up the episodes, but of course it got censored. And I'm not sure which episode it was, so you can go and watch it. Here's one here. I'm not sure if it's the same episode. I don't think it is. This is another one where they capture UFOs in the sky. It looks like a mothership with a couple of orbs. It said the location there. Hessdalen or whatever it was.
Yeah. So, do you want to pause there for a second so I can speak?
Yeah,
okay.
I'll just post a link to it anyway. But some of it's been cut out.
Susan's left a link there for us to have a look at, so why don't we have a look at that one? And I had a question for Susan as well. Weren't the Apache Indians in that part of Texas? I'm sure I've read that somewhere. So I don't know if you can confirm or deny that one, Susan, please, if you know, of course.
Yep. She left the link. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's the one.
There's lots of things we can talk about. I was going to talk about metal being crystal, but I think we're going to have to end the show soon. We're coming up to 4 hours. No one's going to watch 4 hours of our show. Come on. And yeah, see, Chemical Summer was trashing me too yesterday, saying no one watches.
Never mind about that now, Paul.
Oh, he was saying no one watches us. We're too slow. Cheeky bugger. We're thorough, and when I do debunks, I'm thorough and make sure we can clearly identify something and not call it a UFO. So, what do you want me to play? Oh yeah, this one, this web page I come across before. Yeah, here's some good footage as well.
Yeah, it's actually a different web page to the one I was gonna. Yeah, it looks better. Nice clean text as well.
Right. Do you want me to read it out, do you?
Yeah, well, go ahead.
Look how similar that looks to what we just seen in Norway. See, it's exactly the same thing, so maybe it does happen in different locations. It's got the sine wave or screw pattern happening there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks very similar from one of those at Hessdalen, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Even that one looks similar, right? Remember they had that one that was moving across the sky and it was a funny shape like that? I think it's the same thing. I'm fairly sure it's the same thing going down there.
Yeah, Susan saying cowboys back in the 1800s thought they could be campfires of the Apache Indians.
Right,
yes,
that's what I said.
The Apache Indians, yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
They were quite one of the more aggressive Indian tribes, weren't they? The Apache tribe.
Yeah. We got halfway. So this one's also a green one with a similar type thing. So you want me to finish off this one first and then go to that one? What do you want me to do?
Just go straight to Sue's.
Okay. Better kick it off from there, I suppose. Whoop. Oh, that will do. Why can't I see it? This must be up the top, right? What can I see? Read aloud. I think it's screwed up. Hang on. Mystery Monsters. There we go. So it's there now.
Top 10 secrets of the Marfa Mystery Lights and the Marfa Lights theories.
That's got to be a bug.
2016-12-10 Elisa Sue.
That's pretty recent then.
The mysterious lights of Marfa, which are pretty famous in Texas and rest of America, as the Marfa Lights has been the point of debate for many people over many years. After being spotted in 1883 and being written about in 1957 for the first time, there have been many theories that have tried to unravel the mystery of the Marfa Lights. Here are the top 10 secrets of the Marfa Mystery Lights and the Marfa Lights theories, which will help you understand that whether these lights are an outcome of paranormal phenomena, or there is a scientific base to it. 1. The lights of Marfa are not static in nature. They are dimming and pulsating lights that move around erratically in the air above the Mitchell Flat area. 2. Although visitors claim to have seen them almost daily, the Marfa lights are not seen every day. The original mysterious lights are seen only about a dozen times in a year. 3. The Marfa lights are seen only in the area of Mitchell Flat, which is about 9 miles east of the West Texan town of Marfa.
So it's got to be something in the ground there.
4. While the skeptics may laugh at it, but the most widely believed theory about the Marfa lights is that these lights are ghost lights, and they are actually the ghosts of the Spanish conquistadors who had died in the fields long back. 5. When the lights were first discovered in 1883 by cowboy Robert Reed Ellison, he had thought them to be Apache campfires. 6. Apart from the paranormal theories, there is another theory that relates the Marfa lights to the aliens. People think that the lights are caused by alien crafts which are not visible otherwise.
No, I think this one's natural.
7. The most common scientific theory is that the lights are caused by the automobile headlights, which pass along the nearby Presidio Highway. The theory suggests that owing to the atmospheric reflections, the headlights take such strange form and show up as the mysterious and mythical Marfa lights. What the theory doesn't suggest is that if cars did not use to travel along the highway way back in 1883, what caused the lights then? 8. Another theory suggests that Marfa lights are actually optical illusions, which are caused by a natural phenomenon called fata morgana, or super mirage. The lights are actually refracted version of the city lights caused by sharp temperature variations between two layers of air. It is the same principle by virtue of which mirage is formed in the deserts. 9. The theory of glowing gases suggests that the Marfa lights are nothing but swamp gases, which when come in contact with oxygen get ignited. Some examples of swamp gases are methane or phosphine. The theory gets some backing by the fact that there are some oil and natural gas reserves around that area, which could contribute to the presence of methane gas in the air.
What was I saying before?
10. There is a geological theory behind the Marfa lights as well. As per certain scientists, the igneous rocks that lie under the Mitchell Flat area produce an electric charge called piezoelectric charge.
Piezo. I knew all that. I could have told you all that stuff, guys. I think I already have. Yeah. I think that was all of it. It seemed to read out pretty quick, didn't it? So that's all the theories out there.
I'm not sure you've read it all, Paul.
It may be that there's multiple events happening again, but if you have a look at some of the pictures people caught, they're very similar, and long exposure and whatnot. But that one here, this is the only one I would say could possibly be car headlights on long exposure and atmospherics, where it sort of bends the light and can change the colour of headlights, I guess. But to red, I don't know. That's the sort of thing you should be able to debunk by setting up an experiment, right? You should be able to go on that highway as claimed and actually produce it. But it might take the right weather, humidity, atmospherics for it to actually happen. So you probably have to keep trying. And if it doesn't work over a certain period, or where the people start filming it and then get in your car and actually a drone as well, you should be able to chase a car down with a drone, right?
Well, I wish people would learn to adjust the shutter speed.
Yeah.
I don't know if, a camera and a mobile phone, I'm not sure it's even got that option, does it?
Yeah, mobile phone, yeah. I think it does have an option for manual exposure, yep. I think Samsung does, the app anyway.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure maybe the iPhone does too, right? So what's this one here saying? It's an optical illusion here on this one, where it looks like cars coming along and looks like they're higher up than they actually are. It's creating a mirage effect. Swamp gas. I love it. Yeah, so where do we go from here? Anything else you want to add? We should really start thinking about wrapping up now.
Yeah, sure.
We could finish off reading this one if you want.
Can be viewed here. You can also check out a sighting video from one curious onlooker below. Possible explanations for the Marfa lights.
Have a look at it.
Local academics have attempted to get to the bottom of the renowned Marfa lights, but haven't made much, if any, progress. One theory is that they are a geological phenomenon caused by the local desert climate and energies trapped below the surface of the Earth that manifest themselves in the strange, eerily still-looking orbs. Under certain conditions, gases released by the Earth can become illuminated through natural phenomenon, causing the orbs to appear and glow. Others think they could be caused by headlights from oncoming traffic in the distance. Like any good ghost story, the details are being left for the observer to decide. The theory that they are some type of alien craft that continues to visit and revisit is a constant and popular one as well, even though this theory lacks concrete evidence. Needless to say, there is something strange about the lights, regardless of whether they are of extraterrestrial origin or not. The location was even selected as one of the top 10 places to see a UFO in the United States, according to David O'Leary, the creator of the Project Blue Book TV series based on the famous treasure trove of government UFO documents. If you haven't had a chance yet to make it to Texas to see these eerie lights, you are definitely missing out.
Oh, well.
While some believe they are simple car lights, the long history of sightings seems to disprove that. These fireballs used to dance around my grandfather when he walking to and from school when he was young.
We're about to do lots of things.
He was born in 1910, and my mom was born there in 1938, said one YouTube user.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. The temperature changes, that's what I was saying.
There is also a book about the lights titled Mysteries of the Marfa-Light that can be viewed here.
Yeah, he's made a good point there, which is what I was saying about humidity. You have to get the right atmospherics for the lights to then pop up from the ground. But yeah, Susan was talking about middle of nowhere here, wasn't she? It was fun, and it was in the middle of nowhere. So where was the closest road? So it couldn't be cars, could it?
I think they've actually got like a road sign that says Marfa+Light's ahead, or something like that. No,
and they got a viewing platform as well.
I think they actually have an outdoor concert there once a year, where they celebrate the lights and all that kind of thing. They combine sky watching with it'd be actually great to go just for the fun of it, you know. But of course, with clear skies in desert area like that, it's going to get pretty chilly at night. But especially if you combine that with wind and the chill factor, need to come well equipped.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, we got there to the end, didn't we? So I was going to look at metal crystals, but yeah, maybe another day for that one now. Anything others we were going to talk about? There was something at the end I said we could look it up. Oh, right, the spinning globe thing. Okay, let's see.
Spinning globe?
Yeah, let's see. Earth and moon rotating. Can't remember what it was called now, but I think it might be on one of my episodes, so I might be able to search it that way without platform. See if it comes up. New model explains the moon. No.
What are you looking for, Paul?
The spinning globes. Like you got the 6 seconds.
You mean like the one I have in the house?
No, not like the one, but the one that doesn't use a base. To see if it's really legit.
I'm not really sure that exists, you know.
I'm pretty sure. I'll just drop it out there and get this other browser open. Let's see if I can find it in my list here.
Let me try as well.
It's one of my episodes, or a couple of episodes actually. I think it might have been a couple. This is probably the easiest way to search for it for now, but I may not have put the keyword in search, so it won't find it.
No, there isn't one that has to have a base, Paul. You can get some that are in like a circular.
Let me just see if I can find it.
It's a circle, and which is the base really, and the globe sits in the middle of it. And you can actually get magnets that are like hidden inside of what looks like a book, which is the base. But no, I'm telling you now, we just don't have that tech, Paul.
He was doing it on the floor, so
the magnets have to be there somewhere.
Open lines. It's probably not in the search phrase. Ball lightning plasma. I think that you were talking about something about your friend there in that one actually as well. My magnet experiments globe.
Paul, just type in levitating globe without a base.
I'm just trying to remember what the name of it was called. Okay.
Oh, you're trying to find an episode you've done?
Yeah.
Oh.
I know, I've done so many. We're coming up to 600, I think. We've done more hours than Tyler times 10. Moon, globe. Let's see, does it come up? No experimental magnets. In between UFO cases. Could be on that one. Let's just have a look. I got it muted, so won't blast out. Let's see, open lines, move on. No, it's not there. It's way before then. I think I did it with John. It could be 40. I think that's too old though. It was a Kickstarter to start with. A bubble in space claims. Yeah, I looked at that, didn't I? That was nonsense. More nonsense noise out there. Yeah, I know I've done it. I'm not sure what keywords to use. If I find it, I'm going to put more keywords in the description because that's what it uses, right? To search. Spinning, maybe. Let's try spinning. Let's see. How UFOs hover? Nope, I don't think it was in that one. What's that one there? 36. Let me see. Space elevator. Charge and spin. Charge and spin. No, it's not in that one, I don't think. I probably have to find it next time. So you reckon just type it in? Well, maybe I can find a picture of it spinning. Moon, I think they even had Death Star, wasn't it? They did the moon, the Death Star. They all look pretty cool anyway, whatever they were doing. So these ones have got base, right?
Yeah, that looks very much like mine. That one with the squared round base there.
Yeah, I'll just see if anything pops out in memory while looking at it. Let's just go to images. So we've got various types here. Whoa, see, I told you they're quite expensive. Now that's illuminated too, so they obviously get charges.
Yeah, that's identical to mine. That looks like the same one, to be honest, Paul, but mine only cost £100.
Does yours glow?
Yeah, of course it does. 2 different colours, yellow and white.
Yeah, so if it spins, it induces a current for LEDs to it, right?
Well, it's induction it uses for the movement, isn't it?
I suppose you're going to have to say toy, maybe. I know Third Phase of the Moon have an episode. Maybe these will come up in the search.
Yeah, you get far better results if you just typed in levitating moon.
Yep.
So there's another.
Got me angry now because I can't find it. I can't remember what it was called.
Oh, no, come on! It's been a long old life.
People out the side probably remember seeing it too. Especially if they're watching Third Phase. They got a free one given to them to try and promote it, obviously, to try and drum up sales, right? But it's not coming up here. Try without the base then. Main toy without base. But they normally have a magnet and a U-clamp thing, isn't it? Without base. See, those one looks like they've got bases. And one looks like a book. Which you said. It's not those, so it's definitely none of those. None of those. Levitating moon lamp, no, it's not that one. Why can't we find the sucker? The moon lasers. A little handheld one. That's pretty cool. That rotates. That's probably the same as your one then.
Let's have a look. Wait
that one there.
Which one now?
VGA.
Which one?
VGA.
Yeah, that's really similar to mine. Only it's got a square base. That's all. And the globe itself is, or the moon itself, is 6-inch in diameter, which is actually a fair size, you know, in your living room.
Has Susan found the one I was after? Or is it similar to what we're looking at?
No, she showed me a map of Marfa, and yeah, right. It's bang out in the wilds. But no, Paul, I think the whole point is here, you can't get one of those things without a base. No chance. If that exists, Paul, yeah, it's gonna cost. Whoa, it's gonna be beyond our means.
It was quite costly, yes. Let's see. Moon lamp. Does it have the alien bases on there? People are going to ask. Still, I haven't come across it. The one I've seen. Maybe try and Death Star then. Spinning Death Star. That's annoying that memory is just not as good as it used to be. Okay, we got Death Star with the base again, but that's not the one. That's not the one. And that's it, I think. Spinning moon, Earth. Let's try the third phase of the moon then. He knows this is probably a big channel, so it's probably searchable.
I don't think you got a chance of finding it that way.
You never know. Rotation of the moon, no. It might be something I have to find offline again too. It's annoying, it really is. It should have come up with an image or something by now, probably. D-moon. I don't think that makes any difference, a typo there. Third phase.
You need to be typing in levitating moon.
Yep,
model.
We could try that.
Spinning moon, isn't it? Oh, Paul.
It's annoying. Levitating. I can't even spell levitation.
A-T-I-N-G.
My brain's gone. Levitate. I can't even type it.
What?
There we go. They all got bases though.
Yes, they've got to have a base, Paul.
This one didn't. I'm not sure if it had a thin mat of some kind.
No, that's probably true. It's probably a trick of the eye. The base was probably somewhere hidden.
Levitating, floating, wireless. I swear that he had his hand underneath it and it was rolling along using the Earth's magnetic field or something. Unless it's one of their stunts again, but they did have a...
Nonsense. Good God, that's like the UFO videos. Total nonsense.
No, I have to find it now. I have to prove to you that it was a real thing. And they had a sales page for it. Unless it was a really good scam, I don't know. Which it could have been. I can never work out why these shows are so long. Well, obviously, everything takes time, like it's got here. 3D.
Yeah, going a bit OTT now, Paul. I think Ken's got a fair point, you know.
Let's have a look at that one. Snopes, so maybe it's a fake. Let's have a look. Non-toxic. What's Snopes got to do with it? What is it on Snopes? Oh, Shopee. I thought it said Snopes. Oh, that was got a base, you see. No, it was none of these ones. I have another way. We could search
looking for Chimera, some mythical beast that doesn't exist.
And if I find it, it's another way. We might be able to find it. Let's see. Go to their page. Whether they've probably still got it up, right? So search the thing for globe or something. See if it comes up. By pure chance, it might actually come up. Because they were promoting it, so they're probably getting some backhander from it, like a 10% if you use the link. Damn. Globe. Well, I got it right this time. Now let's see. Oh, here we go. Amazing invention you need to see. Okay, this is it, I think. Stand by, people. We're going to third phase. Is it a fake or not? Let's have a look. They got given a nice gift because they're a big channel.
Third phase moon, Blake Cousins. We got some cool UFO videos for you.
That one's got a stand, but hang on, let's just see what he does with it.
It just came into our mail, and they sent it to us from Mova Globe Works. How does this thing work? It's pretty much out of this world. It floats in an almost friction-free environment, much like Earth itself. This globe has the same average density.
Here we go, on the floor.
Floats in. So there's no force
How are they doing that?
between the inner globe at the north and south poles and the inside surface of the outer shell. The rotation of the globe creates forces in the fluid that center the inner ball and prevent contact.
Something striking
so the inner
that.
globe is not actually touching the outer shell.
You think it's a fake?
The fluid friction is very low. The energy to overcome the fluid friction is provided by the room light.
Has it got helium inside, lifting it up?
And as an incident on a very specialized.
That could be it, you know. They could have helium inside. It sort of gives it enough to lift it just above the floor and buoyancy. And it's got some sort of magnetic thing, magnet inside that spins when you charge it up on the thing, and it probably has a little battery inside that spins it around. Right?
Yeah, something dragging that though. There's got to be magnet involved there.
Joe reckons he's bought one. Let's see. I bought one of those lead moons at a junk store. Okay, not. I didn't realise it had someone's grainy 3D printed on the back side. Hey? Grainy 3D printed on the... Oh, right. You mean it was like a joke one. Okay, so to me it looks like they're very light. You can see they're very light, and that's probably why they can float and spin, because there's some electronics in it that spins around.
With the globe. An electric current provided
and of course they're not spinning. In fact, they're moving towards the North Pole here, right? So they're very sensitive. So it's rotating some sort of gyro thing inside, which making it roll here just above the surface because it's got some gas in it. And if you put it in the stand, instead of going towards the North Pole, it causes it to spin in the stand. So you have a look in a minute.
cells powers a drive mechanism designed to move at a very low speed.
See that in the stand?
Think of a
you think it's doing something, but it looks like a plastic stand with no electronics in it. Unless it's got some charging thing. It must have some charging thing in it to charge them up.
Muttley's come to join me, by the way.
Is able to reach
I want to say hello to
compass
Muttley.
and rotate the compass needle.
Sorry?
Muttley's come to join me.
Are you Mr. Mosh?
Yeah.
I thought you only had a two-seater there. He checked you off.
Yeah.
Where's the hot dog? Where's this hot dog? Yeah. You food stealer. Your video's not very good lately, though. I'm not too sure why.
Yeah, it looks grainy as hell, doesn't it?
It looks less white today. Yeah, it looks more yellow.
Looks like those videos TTSA released. Yeah, it's awful.
So let's see if we can find the product link here and actually see if they're still in existence here. But I wouldn't mind a couple of these, and they also do a Death Star as well, I believe. More globes link here, so it's got like a sales link, so they get commissions, right? Let's have a look. Mova globes, it's called. Here we go. What's the price of them? What's
Shop
it say?
now.
Yeah, what's it say down here? Rotating globes powered by light. So it's got photo cells on here. Some sort of photo cells which absorbs the light and generates. So it's just a plastic stand, guys. So it's light as a helium balloon here, and it rotates around in circles. Rob, go and order one. You got lots of money.
Yeah, hold on, go to shop now and let's see how much it costs and see exactly what it does.
Hidden magnets provide movement. Here we go.
See,
batteries.
I told you.
Inside the globe there are. Of course, there has to be magnets inside the globe. Turns on using ambient lights. It's way different than those other ones with the bases, mate. Batteries and cords not obsolete, so there's no batteries or cords. It's totally photo cells, and you just shine light on it, and it spins around on the platform, and it probably lifts up.
You can get one that charges and doesn't have batteries, but it's a rechargeable battery anyway. So.
What's that? Broken link. Not our brightness moment. What the hell? How it works. 30-day return, product registration, 1-year warranty. Yeah, well, how much do they cost? Shop Mobile Globes. Let's have a look. Wow, they've got all sorts of planets now. Ones with maps. You want the whole collection. I want to collect them all. There you go, look. Oh, maybe you don't need all the different maps. Probably over the years, probably, is it?
What's the cost on these, Paul?
I'm just trying to find out. They even got a basketball one. So they got all the planets. You get the whole set. And I'm pretty sure they got a Death Star. Maybe they have to play extra royalty on that one, though. Moons. Load next item, so it keeps on going. Or item that keeps on giving. Imagine if it was like imagine if it's a remote control and you could just choose the pattern on the outside, so it's actually LEDs that light up and also give you the pattern instead of having it printed on, right? That would be even more amazing. Look, acrylic base. See, there's no power in it. So you need the base for it to rotate around, though, obviously. I did cover this all in my episode 2, and I looked at this, and I managed to find a price. So let's click on this one here.
Okay. There's a 4.5-inch globe here. This is the same company, Mova Globes, right? 165 quid.
Yeah, I told you it was big money. A few hundred. And they got
I managed to find that in 2 seconds, and you've been trying to get the price up to 10 minutes.
Yeah. They might This one says you got to contact them for a price.
Nah, right. There's another one here. Okay, 8.5-inch globe, right? 500 quid.
Are you sure it's the one that's working by the sun, the power of light?
Yeah,
spins it around.
It's the same.
Okay, yep. You got the link. You got the link for that.
To align it with the Earth's magnet.
I'll grab it in a minute.
Zoom it up.
Okay, is that the globe? Or is he finished with it? Rubbish, right. He's finished with it already. Sales pitch.
Now, the graphic on the inner globe is
that's pretty damn good, though. So how's it rotating here on a cushion?
At the outer shell, but the optical qualities of the fluid on the outer shell magnify the inner globe and causes its surface to appear to be on the outside surface of the outer shell. Look how it rolls on the ground. It's not recommended. You might scratch this. We wanted to thank our friends at Mova Globe for sharing this incredible innovation.
So it's a globe inside a globe. So there's a little plastic outer that we can't see here. So it's not actually hovering. So it's optical illusion, but it's spinning around in the sand, though. So let's go back to this one, where it's rotating.
The outer shell magnify the inner globe and causes its surface to appear to be on the outside surface of the outer shell. Look how it rolls.
What's that even? That doesn't even make sense. So you can see here it's got a real fine, clear plastic one, and it's touching the actual stand it's in. And the inside one is actually rotating around inside that plastic shell. Still pretty dang clever, though, isn't it? Okay, you got the link for it?
Alright, so after that, it's moving fairly.
Area 51 will have to buy one. He's got lots of money. Where was Area 51? I think he went back to work, did he?
He's been and gone, I think.
Yeah, he's working.
Yeah,
I think
emergency services, doesn't he? And
yeah.
Tell you what, I don't care how much money he gets. It's not enough.
Yep, they work hard, those guys. Here we go. Is that the 6 cents one, or is that the football size one? Holy moly! Loyalty points. Oh! £500. No way. Which one's that one? See, that's why I'm not going to get anyone soon. That one there that we're looking at on third phase. So, yeah. So what's that in New Zealand money? That's like probably
about $7.50.
That's like a month's wages for me. Well, it's definitely the same one. See, you didn't believe me, but yeah. It does
no, but I told you all along, it works on magnets. There has to be magnets.
Yeah, it's got the magnets inside called the rotation, but doesn't have to have the electric base, which is really cool. I really like this idea because it only works when you shine a torch beam on it. Or
one spot though, Paul, which you need it to do if you want it as an ornament. Yeah, you don't want it floating around the flaming house, do you?
Well, they want to make one with helium gas in it, and it floats around and it spins around. That would be pretty cool as well. But anyway, we better wrap up anyway. We did finally figure out that one. But you didn't find it in the searches here. I don't think Mova showed up at all, did it? In the searches that we were looking, didn't even come up.
Yeah, the one I found is, it's a guy called David. Mova Globes.
Yeah, I know, but you probably typed that in. You typed it in though, didn't you? See, it's not there.
Mova's rotating globes next day delivery.
Yeah, see, it's not in the list, and we searched it.
I mean, some of them are affordable, but they're only 4.5 inch. And you're looking at 100. You look at 4.5 inches, and you're paying 165 quid.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah. It's expensive, isn't it? It was too big for Discord, so I put it on YouTube. Susan wants us to look at a video before we shut down. Here we go. Is this Travels with Susan, is it? What's another 4.5 hour show? Or 5 hour show? The average watch time is only 21 minutes, by the way. So there's been a few.
Did watch that?
Our average watch time, according to the admin panel, was 21 minutes today. Is this Susan's one, is it? 2004. And you can see it's a 4:3 footage here.
Well, here we are at the Martha Viewing Center, and sun's setting.
Where's the dogs?
Huh?
Here's Rosie and Max. That's only a 6-minute video, right?
Yeah, this is Suzanne's personal channel.
Yeah.
Better watch out and make it stoned.
She'll put her she'll put her copyright on it. So I'll just make it full screen. If it'll work. There we go. And the alien head's going to be on top. Hey, it's making me seasick. Oh, alien. I should do a little button where the alien vomits out the mouth. So is that a Marfa+Light or is that a car headlight in the distance? It looks like it's on the top of a ridge there though, doesn't it? This is why you need a tripod. Serious stabilization. There we go.
Yeah, I paid quite a lot for my tripod.
To me that looks like car headlights there though.
That's a bright one. There it's gone.
Oh, we need a telephoto. No. 200 times.
You think somebody's out there with flashlights? I said, look for the red flashing light, and they're to the right of that is where they appear.
Susan's debunking it as flashlights.
Well, look, keep your eyes open because they pop up.
Cut it off until it's bright.
I love dogs.
You have to keep watching.
She got the ex's kids with her.
Well, they're supposed to like dance around and merge and.
Yeah, it's not seen to do much,
That
does
is
it?
a real bright one. It's a UFO, man.
I don't know. That's not convincing enough for
There's
me, I'm
another
afraid.
little one off to the left of it.
It's probably the Texas State Police there.
There's another one to the right of
looking
it.
for illegals.
I think it may be gas or, you know.
You see it's got a mountain rise here though, so, and you can see how hazy it is. So, I don't know. You got better technology now, Susan. You better go there for another visit, eh? And get a tripod. They're only $20.
Starting to lose my focus.
And get a 200 times zoom on front.
You won't get a good tripod for $20, Paul.
No, you're going to have to spend out $1,000 for a P1000, I think.
Oh, it don't cost that much now. I reckon they're down to about 600 quid now, you know.
Well, any tripod's better than none, though.
Yeah, yeah, I will agree on that. Yeah.
I know some are flimsy from China. I got tripod from China, and it's a bit flimsy. But for a smartphone, if you put a smartphone holder on it, it's actually not too bad. But I'm starting to feel seasick. Like I said, we should have the alien head that vomits out stuff. It's roads, travel sickness. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, though, isn't it? There are definitely lights there, but whatever it's causing it is a mystery, I suppose. Is there no way you can travel directly towards them?
Thing is, at least she's captured something there. Do you know what I mean? That's a fairly good job of capturing what was there. What it is, I don't know.
See, I really don't. I wonder if anyone's tried to fly a drone at high speed towards them when they show up.
But you know what I mean? It's better than just something anecdotal. Even if the footage isn't like superb, top quality, it adds credence to the anecdotal evidence, doesn't it? Certainly does no harm. But of course, it doesn't matter what you capture on camera. People will always try and bunk it anyway.
Yeah.
It'll never be good enough for some.
Yeah. So yeah, we got some more stuff coming up midweek to recap some of what's happened this week, and if it's still available. And but we better start wrapping up now, so we can keep on going. So yeah, thanks for newcomers subbing and being active in the side chat there, and we didn't do any FMIs, so but we sort of discussed a lot anyway, so we'll just move on and hit the end credits. So good night, everybody. See you again in the middle of the week, Wednesday or Thursday, and also next weekend, hopefully. And hopefully I'll have a faster modem as well. $13 likes there, Robert, already. I wonder if we can head 14. Up to 20. 14, you 14. Reckon?
Yeah.
No, it's not showing. It's not showing 14 there. It should be 14 if it's real 14. I don't know. Google stats don't make any sense.
Nah, I never do.
They always seem to be inaccurate. But if we get up to 20 likes, that's a good day, I think.
Yeah.
Well, if you get over double digits, single digits, I mean, it's pretty good. And
in double digits, most of them do that.
Take care on the roads, everybody. We'll see you next time. And keep away from that nasty virus.
Yeah.
So we're told, anyway. I've yet to see anyone that's really said they've got it.
And it's gone back up to 14. What the hell? Someone's having fun.
Yeah, someone's clicking off and on, probably.
Yeah.